In the 32 years, my goal has always been uncompromising customer service conduct or contact. Sorry. Um, I learned it from the folks before me. I have practiced it for 32 years, and now we are wanting you guys to continue that trend of uncompromising service contact. Now, I'm going to tell you a real quick story. First of all, give me the names of some companies that you know of and just yell them out. I don't need you to raise your hand, but just yell them out of companies that you know of that give uncompromising service contact. Chick-fil-A, that was the first one on Monday. Somebody else, come on. Who? Publix? Who else? Who was that? Target? Hobby Lobby? Disney? You know, all of these, okay? Guess what I did not hear? I didn't hear one person give me workforce. I didn't hear one person give me another state agency. What does that say about us? Okay, so there's a company that's called Qualtrics XM that they try to help different organizations with their customer service, and they actually do this for government organizations and government entities. And these are the different things. I'm taking this from a different perspective, okay? These are the different things that people say that they want from the government agencies, that they service accessibility, information clarity and availability, wait times and responsiveness, communication quality, consistency across different touch points. And I'm not a business major, but I learned some things about that term, touch points, that I'm going to share. I remember 32 years ago, 33 years ago, because I think I may have still been a temporary. I was working with a customer, and that customer needed to apply for food stamps, but there was an issue that they were not going to be able to go to the food stamp office. And I said, hey, during my lunch break, I'll run in there and I'll go get you a form so you can apply for food stamps. At that time, that's, we called it the food stamp office. And I can remember I went to Noble Street, Anniston food stamp office. I walked in I've already got I walked in, the person that was at the front desk had her head down. I don't know what she was doing, because you didn't have the computers to play in at that point in time, or your phones. So she must have been doing a crossword puzzle or something. She said, sign in, take a seat. I was like, okay. I don't need to take a seat. I'm not doing this for my personal. And I said to her, I started saying, I need to get and have a seat, So I'm going to make this a short story, but I walked out of that place, that government entity, and said, if I ever come to that place where I act like that office, and I act like that person, it's time for me to find another job. Okay. So hopefully in those 32 years, I have not, because I'm still here. Okay. And my goal is to make sure that all of you folks have that same idea, that I do not want to get that place where I'm that, I hate air quotes, government worker. Okay, some people say that's an oxymoron. Have you ever heard that? A government worker? When I found a study that was done in 2022, and it said that only 52% of these people that participated in this survey had a great deal or fair amount of confidence in government employees. Now, you say, well, at least we were over 52%. Okay, my next thing is, do you realize That means 48% of the people that walk in your career center don't like you. They just don't like you. And they're not happy because they've had to come to a government entity. So these are the 5 different things that this company has said that people feel like with their customer service, this is what's important. A customer, any person or entity that uses one of the government's or any other kind of many wide-reaching services. A government customer can be a customer who often does not have a choice but to use these services. Now, you have heard this multiple times, and I'm going to say it one more time. There are people that think they can do a better job at what we do. There are people who would like to give someone else our job that we do. All right. So make sure you understand that when somebody comes out of having used government services, first of all, they have trust issues. Now, back in the day, we used to do referral cards and we would send those. We had a little mainframe system, and Derek's laughing at up here. He knows how it goes. You had a little mainframe system. All the job orders would be in there, or they would be in a file, and you would just go through them. And then you would write people referrals to a specific job. Do you know there were people that actually thought that we saved the jobs that we knew about for our family? Okay, I'm sure some of you have heard that. Well, you're just saving that job for your family. Okay, so there are trust issues, unemployment compensation. How many times? I imagine 100 times you guys have heard, I've paid into that system. I want my money. Okay. So again, there's trust issues there. Number 2, another problem is customer satisfaction challenges. We've been talking about that all day yesterday. Okay. There are challenges that people feel like that they're not getting the customer satisfaction that they need. Number 3, employee engagement stagnation. This is something I can't stand, okay? A customer walks in your office and you sit down, do what you're supposed to do, and then they walk out the door and you never talk to them again, you never see them again, you never communicate with them again, none of that, okay? That should not happen. As Susan said earlier, we serve the hardest and the most difficult to serve at times. Okay. If somebody can get online and get their own job, they're going to do it. But we're helping those people that are special, that need some additional help. So that means we have to go over and above. Slow technology adoption. Woohoo! We got Windows 11. Okay. But we do have that, and that's something that, we can't control. And I'm not going to ask you to raise your hand on this one. How many of you, when they started talking about doing virtual services, you said, well, that's not ever going to work? Okay. I got one person back there. Thank you, Laura. Okay. And I'm sure others thought the same way. All right. So a lot of times we're slow to adopt technology, and then feedback inefficiencies. Okay. Somebody gives you a poor customer service and you never call them back. Okay. That's their feedback to you. And if you did not get a good review on your survey, then please call them. I think somebody said yesterday, call them, give them to your manager to do that. Managers, that's something you should do, because they don't care that an ES rep called them. They like a manager calling them. That means they're important. Okay. Now, customer touch points. All right. When do you feel like that you actually, the first place you touch a customer, not literally, but a touch point? Eye contact, front desk. Okay. Wrong. All right, let's look at this. Go ahead, next slide. What are customer touch points? Customer touch points are interactions that occur between a customer and a business. A touch point can occur in any stage of the customer journey, including before, during, and after. And I got that from Indeed. All right, giving them credit. And I don't know about you, but they are the hottest place to put a job. All right, go ahead. Next slide. Why are customer touch points important? They can motivate or unmotivate somebody to come use your service. They can encourage repeat customers. Now, as I said, I've been doing this a long time. I've seen people that we helped 10 years ago, and there they come back. They're repeat customers, but they may not be repeat customers themselves. But how many grandparents have you seen drag their grandchildren into the employment office? Okay, many, because they had a good experience back in the day, and they enhance or diminish the customer experience. So that's what we're trying to do this week, is to try to encourage you guys to enhance the customer experience, not diminish the customer experience. Go ahead. Now, some of these are out of your purview. You cannot do anything about them. All right. But these are touch points that are used prior to customer interaction. Company website, obviously, that is not something we can control. Okay. Social media, that is something you control. I believe we got an email this week or last week that Facebook pages should be changed at least 3 times in a week. Well, you say, well, I don't have job postings, and I don't have job fairs, and I don't have all of that. Well, guess what? Put some encouraging things on those Facebook pages. Put how to present yourself when you're going to look for a job. Anything, something that you would talk about doing a mock interview, soft skills, just, create a little flyer. That's some of that creativity that you guys can use in your offices. Social media may be Department of Workforce, but your office has a reputation of that social media. Maybe you put something that's so exciting, they want to come and see what you've got going on. Billboards. Okay, we don't put billboards up. Okay, but you can make sure that if you see a billboard that's Department of Workforce, you make sure all your staff knows about that billboard. I came because I saw something on the billboard. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't have billboards. You got to know that information. TV advertisements, I get tickled. There's a lot of times I don't sleep at night, and I can remember in the past I would be on a station, and at 2 o'clock in the morning I would see a TV advertisement for the Career Center system, and so TV advertisements, print advertisements, the brochures that we have. Make sure we stay updated on those brochures. Customer reviews, you see those on Facebook pages all the time. Okay. If you get a poor Facebook page, contact those people. Digital marketing and peer references. Once again, that's word of mouth. I don't know what the percentage is, but if you go to a restaurant and you had a good experience, you only tell so many people. But if you had a bad experience, you tell more people. Okay. You're going to get the same thing with your career center. Okay. Okay. Now that was beforehand. Those are touch points that your career system has already been touched. Next is touch points used during the customer interaction. Again, the website. All right, this is my little box. Stand on it. Okay. But you should never have someone sit at your desk that has not ever been in your career center, and you're registering them, and you do not walk them through on the Alabama Work site how to find a job. You don't have to do it for them unless you want to, but they need to know how to look up jobs. You say, well, I don't even know how to do that. Some people don't. I've heard that. I don't know how to do that. Okay. So then that means managers, you need to be doing some training on how to utilize Alabama Works. Brick and mortar location. Okay. We all have different career centers on the outside. Some of us wouldn't live in the house that we work in. Okay. That's the way it is. But you can make it inviting. You can make it clean. And I know this goes against, that's not my job. But if there's a piece of trash right there at the door or close to your entryway, pick it up and throw it away. Okay. I've done it. I'm not any better. Okay. So please do that. I've cleaned toilets before because the toilet was dirty. All right. So those are things that we have to do with our brick and mortar location. Telephone and email communication. All right. This is another box. I've got off of that one. I'm going to get on another one. Please be careful with the way your emails read. Okay. How many of you have gotten emails, even from central office, that was just rude? Okay. Oh, I like those. Votes. Yes. Okay. So we need to be very careful about our email communication. I know sometimes I'm guilty of, I got to get the answer out to them and get it fast as I can, you know. So just be very careful. You don't have to be the most pleasant greeter in the world when you're trying to email, but at least be nice. Reread it. I don't think I told this story. We got an email. This has probably been 10, 12 years ago from central office. And it was about coming to to one of the classrooms to get your flu shot. Well, that just really irritated me because if I go get a flu shot, I got to go to the health department. And I thought, oh, how nice. They get to go to their little office and they get to have it all nice and they don't have to sit with the public and all that kind of stuff. Well, dummy me didn't notice reply all. And I replied my opinion about that. Wonderfully, nobody from central office replied. I appreciated that. But be very, very careful about replying to all and what you say replying to all. Okay. Um, Representatives and associates, I think that's what we've talked about over and over again yesterday and this morning about how you respond. I know some of you, I can guarantee it, some of you probably in your mind during Susan's presentation was like, why is she going over that step by step like that? That's just common sense. Do you realize common sense is a superpower? Not everybody has it. Common sense is a superpower, and some do not know that. And so that's why she did that. So, representatives and associates, please. Now, in Anniston, which is where I'm based out of, we have in Anniston, they have a senior aide that works at the front desk. And those people can't even get the door shut behind them before she's saying, good morning, can we help you? Okay. And I love that. Okay. So it's not just talking about people that are state employees. It can be your senior aides. Make sure. How many of you have senior aides in your office? Okay. They need to be held to that standard too. And you can actually help them with that if they need to. In-person events. How many of you have attended a job fair and you see the tables and everything and you got somebody sitting at the table like this, you know? Do you want to engage those people at that desk? No. What you need to do is when you're at a job fair, you need to stand around the front and greet people as they're walking by. Do you think they are interested in talking to you if you're sitting behind there like, oh, well, nobody wants to come to see the Career Center booth? Because you've got to bring them in to you. All right, go ahead. We've done before, we've done during, and now this is after. Your surveys, we've already talked about that. Please make sure that you contact that person if they give you the information and call them back, particularly managers or supervisors. Thank you emails or letters. I would encourage you that when you have a new employer that has never come in your office and utilized your office for interviews, what you need to do is send them an email, send them a thank you note. Do we get a lot of thank you notes? No, we do not. Do we get most of the time? I mean, how many times now you don't even get a thank you note for a gift that you've given for a wedding or a baby shower or something like that, and that's, but thank that employer, send them a thank you note. Telephone or digital follow-ups. We've talked about RESEA and that you need to contact those people again. Some of them are going back to work, but just check and see if they're going back to work or if they already have. Customer loyalty. Again, repeat customers. Those people will come back. So that's another way that the touch point used after customer interaction. All right. I'm going to skip those first three because pretty much we talked about that. Front entry aesthetics. Make sure that your aesthetics in your office. Make sure that your flyers and your posters are organized. I love this lady. She was one of my managers in in a career center. And she was one of those that just was on top of things as fast as she could do. She'd get a flyer from somebody and she'd stick it there. And then she'd get another flyer and stick it there. And by the time the wall was papered with things all covered everywhere, and it just drove me nuts when I'm an OCD person, okay? I got to have it organized. And if you want your people to look at those when they come in, they need to be organized, all right? So make sure your front entry aesthetics is a positive. Front desk greeter, we've talked about. Staff knowledge, we've talked about. Recognize customer emotional signals. Okay, you say, well, what in the world is that? When you're talking to people, make sure if someone comes in and you can see they have tears in their eyes and they're very upset about not having a job or having just lost. How many of you have had people come in your office when they've just lost their job and they walk out the door and then they come to the career center? Yeah, exactly. Okay, and there's tears in their eyes. Okay, you might want to take them to like a separate office and talk to them when you're doing your interview with them. They don't want to spill their beans and guts and everything to somebody that what everybody can hear. Okay, because some of our offices have cubicles and everybody can hear what's going on. One time in Anniston, there was a young lady in the office that interviewed a veteran before he saw the veterans rep. She detected he was suicidal and so was able to relay that information because of the way he answered questions. Talked, and then she let the veteran, and then the veteran was able to, I think, was able to call the vet center that was in Oxford and say, we've got an individual that needs some assistance immediately. Okay. So think about the emotional signals. The anger, that's the easier one to see. The anger, being loud. You have some that come in that are loud. Okay. Just, you don't ever know. And then think like your customer. We talked about that yesterday. Do you want you to be the person that helps me? Okay. Think like your customer. Am I giving that person good customer service? What do I expect? What do I expect in customer service? Okay. And, like we said, I don't know about y'all, but dentist offices are amazing these days with coffee bars and water things. I mean, it's just amazing. And I'm like, well, it'd be nice if we could do that, but we'd never get rid of some people. They would treat that as the resident coffee shop. Your customer, I do not know Damon Richards. Anybody know Damon Richards? I just found this on the internet. Okay. Your customer doesn't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So please make sure that your customers know that you care And I'm going to say this, don't be one of those government workers. Be better than some of those government workers. All right. That's all I got. Thank y'all.
So today we're going to talk about resolving conflict. And we have people, I think, I don't know about today, but previously we had people present that were not a part of the Career Center. What about today? Do we have anyone? I do see some faces. We do have people that don't actually work in the Career Center. However, they work for the department. And so when Clifford was talking about your center, your success, as I said on yesterday, your division, your success. So we all play a part. Whatever division we work in, we want it to be successful. We want it to be pleasant. You know, if you're like me, I like to enjoy my workspace. I'm not always this loud though. This energy I don't always have, but you know what? This has been exciting to me. And normally, if you're around me, just stay around me long enough, we're going to have a little fun. We work hard, but we play harder sometimes. Am I right, Region 4? I brought my amen corner with me today. That's all right, but let's proceed, okay? So again, we're going to be talking about resolving conflict and the things that you've heard thus far about good, excellent customer service. You can implement those things and avoid conflict. That is always the aim. We don't want conflict. So my topic is resolving conflict. My subtopic is dealing with difficult people. You familiar with anyone that's difficult? Okay, I got the right crowd today. Okay. But again, we want to implement what we've heard, because if we're doing that, if we're kind, if we're saying thank you, if we're providing great customer service, if we're setting the tone when they hit the door, guess what? We are to set the atmosphere. So you can change that individual. Perhaps they have a bad attitude. You might work with someone with a bad attitude, but if you come in, walk it out, gotta set the tone. And don't let anybody put your fire out, because they will try. But you set the tone, right? And so again, we spend so much time together. And I want to enjoy the time that I'm here, you know, at work. And I always aim to do that. And the people I work with helps. I got an awesome group, and I'm not just pretending, because I wouldn't say it if it was not the truth. But an awesome group. And I think all the area managers feel the same way, by the way. Have an awesome group of people that we serve, okay? So let's proceed. Signs of a difficult person. A difficult person can be characterized by various traits such as excessive negativity, poor communication skills, resistant to feedback, reluctant to compromise, refusing to take accountability for their mistakes, a controlling nature, uncooperative, overly sensitive, and a quick temper, always ready to fight. Among others, a know-it-all is a difficult person. They know everything. You can't teach them anything. It's natural for everyone to exhibit some of these traits some of the time, but it should not be normally what we should expect out of each other, that we're difficult. Now, is there anyone in here today that would say, I have never in my entire life been a difficult person at one time or another? Please stand. Okay, I was going to say Jesus has returned and we all have been left behind. You know what I mean? Thank you for your honesty. Recognizing the traits of a difficult individual early on allows us to better prepare in handling potential conflicts. So that's what today is about. We want to be prepared. These are some questions we can ask ourselves because we want to have the right perspective of who is classified as a difficult person, okay? So be thinking, do you feel emotionally drained after interacting with this person? Do they frequently start conflicts? And don't just think about work, think about home, think about church, because maybe you have the perfect working space, but these things that we're going to talk about, you can apply outside of work as well. Do they frequently start conflicts or turn minor issues into arguments? Do they refuse to take responsibility when they make a mistake? They're never wrong. It's always someone else's fault. Do they make you question your own sanity or second guess yourself? Is it me or am I crazy? Come on. Well, I don't. Well, anyway, let's keep it moving. Do they often leave you feeling invalidated, unheard, or disrespected? If you answered yes to any of these questions, you, my friend, are dealing with a difficult person. There are people we place false labels on, and we classify them as being difficult, and actually they're not. We have the wrong perspective of people. So again, that's what this is about. And so there are people that simply disagree, because and I'm probably, if you've been around me long enough, I didn't agree with everything you said. But that's okay. It's called civil disagreement. We can disagree with one another, but we can do so respectfully. And I've told people now, I'm not going to convince you, and you will not convince me. So walk it out, and let's move on. Why dwell on it? People that express their dissatisfaction. Some of our customers like to let us know they're not satisfied. We are not to be defensive. You may have managers, supervisors that have expressed their lack of satisfaction with your work, your performance. Don't label them as being difficult. Hear them out. So it's okay for someone to express their dissatisfaction. Constructive criticism is beneficial. That's just feedback. However, constant criticism is different. No one wants you to only see the worst in them. But I know somebody, when everybody around me saw the worst in me, he saw the best in me. I know somebody. I got an amen back there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. People with criminal history. Sometime I've been in management for a while, and you get that CIF and you're supposed to review it before you engage with that client, and you see that they have criminal history. And some of them will share with us what they've done. So you see they killed 4 people. Well, maybe they don't put all that on there, but some people will go and do a Google research on that person. And they'll know the crime that they committed, right? And it incites fear and anxiety. And so then they're coming for truck driving and or whatever the case may be. And they're like, this person, let's say that they're not qualified, they're not suitable for whatever reason. I've had someone to be afraid to tell him no because they have identified this person because of their past mistakes as being, they're going to be difficult. Not that they're difficult, but they're going to be difficult with me. How do you know? So we are here not to judge, but we're here to serve. And so I have a supervisor that shared a story with me about someone that had criminal history in their past. And she said he was one of the best training applicants she ever worked with. Great personality, great attitudes. People make mistakes sometimes. And perhaps they did lose their temper. They got angry. But that was at that moment. That does not mean you're going to experience that same person. And Clifford mentioned this. I don't know if he mentioned it to this group, but he was talking about new employees and how we have to be protective of our new employees. I believe he did say this, how his manager stated, learn people for yourself. That's another thing. When you come in, do turn a deaf ear to people that's gonna tell you about this one and that one. Know people for yourself, because people will place false labels on people, okay? Know people for yourself. Okay, we see the images. I'm gonna describe these images, and today you're free, okay? You're free to scream as loud as you like if you can relate. But at any time in your work life, have you ever worked with a difficult supervisor or manager? Make some noise or wave your hand. Have you ever served a difficult customer before? Have you worked with difficult coworkers before? Listen closely. How many of you today would say, you are the difficult person I'm talking about? I saw one hand clap. She was just joking, but I want to say is sometimes, well, most times, it's very easy to see the faults in others, but we can't see them within ourselves. And that's what the customer service training is about, because we can't make each other do right. Now, we do have people in place to help us, area managers. However, ultimately, it's still left up to the individual to do what's expected. But we can change ourselves. And so that's what the training is about. If we see areas that we need to improve, let's go back and do so. Don't go back and do what you've been doing if it's not up to standards, okay? Melissa talked about exceeding expectations. So we don't just want to be average, right? We want to exceed. Am I right? I got an amen. That's what I'm talking about. Now, resolving conflict, again, we want to avoid it, but sometimes it's there and we don't want to be afraid of it. We want to know how to engage it. I was having a conversation with my church row, and she shared that, and I appreciate that. We have to be confident, and we have to be prepared, and we have to know how to engage conflict and not fear away from it. You know what I mean? And so these are strategies for managing your response. And that's difficult because you really have to think before you speak. Otherwise, if you're like me, the wrong thing may come out. And I'm not talking about profanity either. But anyway, so stay calm and composed. Visualize that difficult person. Stay calm and composed. Take deep breaths and stay relaxed to avoid reactive responses, which can escalate the conflict. Don't take things personal. I went to a training and they said Q-tip, the acronym, quit taking it personal. Even the constructive feedback that we get sometimes, don't take it personal. You know what I mean? Understand that that person's behavior as it relates to someone that's being difficult. Understand that that behavior may be about their own struggles or issues and not a reflection on you. So there are some people that have inner conflict. The fight is within. Anybody that fights people all the time, just come on. I mean, everywhere they go. Exactly. Baby, you got something going on in the inside. And you need to speak with someone that works for EAP. You all know what that stands for? Employee Assistance Program. How many counseling sessions do we get each year free? Somebody knows. That's right. 3. Come on, let's take advantage of that. When you need help, get the help you need. I'm talking to state employees right now, but even difficult clients, guess what? They can get some help, mental health, free. Go down there and talk to them. And we have to know the resources to encourage people. If it's something going on in the inside and you're mad at the world, let's point people in the right direction instead of talking about them. Oh, you know, they're crazy. Control your emotions. Acknowledge your feelings. It is okay to say, I am angry. I'm mad. That ticked me off. Now, you don't necessarily have to go that far at work and say all that, but I'm going to tell somebody. And normally it's going to be myself. I'm mad. I got to get it out. I'm not going to hold it in. But acknowledge your feelings, but don't let them dictate your actions. Detach from that individual's negativity and choose a thoughtful response instead. But again, we want to be pleasant with one another. I mean, it is sad. And I think Melissa mentioned this earlier this week, how clients can come in an office and see division. And that means there's conflict within their office. And that does not look good. We are a team. And I had a wonderful assistant manager that I started up under, and his name was Dunn Reed. And he said, when I first started, he said, you don't have to like everybody here, but we need to be professional, respect everyone, and work well with each other. And we don't always see that, but we need to see it. Use de-escalation techniques. Speak calmly and clearly, and consider postponing the conversation if the timing isn't right. You know, someone mentioned something to me this training session. I won't say what it is, but I said, I'll take care of it. The time is not right now, okay? But we'll get to it. So sometimes it is okay to ask that client if they're being difficult. And I've been there before. If you say, have a seat, I'm going to get someone to assist you, they have nobody to talk to then. And guess what? They're going to calm down themselves. And then whoever has to deal with them have an opportunity to approach the situation right. You know what I mean? Because you're going to go, they mad. Well, first of all, if they're really mad, you're going to hear them. And then you're like, Lord, help me. If you're like me, I'm going into prayer. You know what I mean? But a calm and gentle response can diffuse a tense or angry situation. Question for the floor. When do you ask for assistance or refer to the supervisor when your help? I'm sorry, I started to answer it. So, question for the floor. When do you ask for assistance or refer to the supervisor? When is it appropriate for you to say, let me get someone else to help? Someone on the floor. Great answer. Great answer. I think she had more, but can we clap for that? Absolutely, Monica. I put when your help is not helping or when it's escalating, remove yourself and allow someone else to assist. That someone may be a coworker or it may be a supervisor, you know? We all, it's our responsibility for the success of our division or center. So everything shouldn't fall on the supervisor. They may in fact make it worse. So know who you with. You know what I mean? Know the strengths, know the weaknesses of each other. We can resolve conflict and avoid it by effectively communicating. So we are to listen to understand and not listen to respond. We're to let people finish their sentences and listen to their point of view to show empathy, even if you don't agree with it. We do not have to agree with what someone's saying. However, for some of us, defensive. I mean, you won't let them get it out because no, that ain't what happened. Like the way you solve conflict in the streets, you cannot bring that mindset in the workplace. Am I right? And I think sometimes people really forget where they are. You're not at home. You're not talking to your spouse. You're not talking to your children. So we're not to interact with one another like that. Even if we're in a management position, we are to respect one another and be respected by one another. Focus on the interests and not the position. Shift the conversation from defensive positions to a discussion of interest and potential solution. You should always focus on the major, not the minor. So, what's the purpose of the visit? You have to redirect someone's attention back to the purpose of their visit. And you yourself should be focused on that mission at all time. It is not about us, it's about them. And even dealing with other coworkers, it's not about that. Now, if there's a major issue, and I didn't even bring it up here, Pat, but I thank you for it. But it's called workplace. What was that other word? Workplace violence. Years ago, we had that poster and we kept it in our offices. And some offices don't have it anymore, but Aniana Career Center, they still have it. And it's in their restroom, by the way. But I look at it every time I visit and I go in there because I wanted to bring it up here and point out some things, but it's some very important things on there because it talks about we have a no violence policy, but that includes harassment, intimidation, retaliation, bullying, and it tells you the people how you can look out for certain people to prepare yourself. Um, and some of the stuff on there, it was just, well, I'm not gonna get into it. But anyway, I can give you a copy if you want to see it. But the purpose of it was we should not have a violent attitude. You know what I mean? We're professionals and we should not be ready to fight each other, nor the client, unless you have to. That's okay. And I say that because one time I was working at the Montgomery Career Center and this gentleman cussed me slap out. I have never been disrespected like that in my entire life. And I filed a harassment charge on him because he threatened me. I won't tell you what he said to me, but he threatened me. However, I took him to court. Yes, I did. And this individual, the end of it is, and I didn't tell it to the first group, but this gentleman now is incarcerated. And I won't tell what happened. But my point is, sometimes people will say, "What did you do?" You don't have to do anything to make someone go off on you. And I've experienced it. I've experienced that. But again, we have a no violence policy, but I do believe in self-defense. I'm keeping it moving. I am prior military, so that's what it's all about, defending our country and defending myself if necessary. Moving on. We got HR in here. Moving on. I'm done, almost. But in summary, we resolve conflict when we focus on the problem, not the person, by practicing active listening and empathy, seeking to understand their underlying needs, and communicating the desired actions or solutions rather than dwelling on past and present conflicts or emotion. Let me stop right there because if we had bad interactions with clients or with one another, it starts over. And one thing on that workplace violence list, it says people that hold grudges, be careful of them. We can't hold grudges against one another. That's wrong. And that's not healthy for you either. We have to let stuff go. And so this is a new start. It's a fresh start for us. And we want to move forward. If necessary, seek support from others and remember that limiting contact or removing yourself from the situation is also a valid strategy for protecting your well-being. We want everybody to stay well mentally, physically, financially, emotionally, okay? So sometimes you have to remove yourself because it's getting the best of you. I'm not on high blood pressure, and I'm not going to start taking it either. Thank you very much. Our next speaker, I stand to introduce to some and present to others Mr. Clifford Hunter, and he is the area manager over region number 5. And he will be speaking to us today about your center, your success. Let's make him feel welcome.
Thank you, Wendy. You left your earring. That's somebody else's. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Well, great afternoon, everybody. I like that. Great afternoon. Great afternoon. As they said, we had a good time Monday and Tuesday. So we want to have that same great time today and tomorrow. Today we're here. I'm here to talk about your center, your success, which is a very important topic for me. But before I start talking, and I won't stand behind this podium, I'm gonna move. I'm a mover. Thank you, Sabrina. She knows that. I'm gonna move around. Those that are online, if you just send Heather a comment that if I move, that you can still hear me. If not, I'll get back to the mic. At this time, Heather's gonna play. Haley is gonna play. Sorry, Haley. It's going to play some music for us. Haley, if you would. I want you to think about your career center. I want you to think about where you work. Think about what you do. Just going to prove it. Anything that career centers do, we can do it better. Have you heard that? Have you seen that?
No.
Where people have tried to do what you do and say they can do it better? They are copycat, right? That's what they are. They are trying to copy what you do. They're trying to learn what you do, and they'll go out and they'll say, we can do it better. When funding comes down, they're trying to get the funding that you have been using the entire time and say, we can do it better. If you've been here 50 years, raise your hand. Wow. You've been here 50 years? 50. If you've been with this organization 50 years, raise your hand. If you've been with this organization 40 years, raise your hand. Oh, 40, wow. If you've been with this organization 30 years, raise your hand. 30? 25? 25? 20? 20? 15? All right. 10. 5 or less. God bless you. Wow. Wow. Listen, anything you can do, I can do better. You need to keep that in your mind when you think about where you're working and what you do. Today, I want to talk about success begins with the right environment. And that environment is inside your center. Can I ask you a question? Where does customer service begin in your office? Who said it? You shouldn't have said it. You're reaching 5. You don't know that, right? Yeah, it starts at the front counter. Whoever is running your front counter is running your office. Do you believe that? They set the tone for your office. And if you got the wrong driver at the front counter, you need to move them. Because that driver sets the tone for everybody in that office. If you don't believe it, watch them when you get back to your office. Watch how they interact with customers. Watch how they make that customer feel when they're in your office. I told a story Monday that I experienced a staff in my office at one point rendering poor service to a customer at the front counter. I was the manager, and I watched it till I couldn't take it anymore. And then I went and I stood behind them while they were poorly serving a customer with their poor attitude that day, right? And then finally I said, I got it from here. And they looked at me and said, well, I said, just step aside. And I finished with that customer. That was important to me because that staff was setting the tone for the whole office. And when that customer left will leave that office, they weren't going to say that individual at the front desk, you know who they was going to reference? They was going to say, them folks at that career center. That include everybody, not the person at the front desk. That meant the manager, that meant the supervisor, that meant everybody in that office, that now that person has a bad view of the career center based upon one person's encounter. You need to be careful who's at your front. And so when I finished, the person said, well, what was that about? I said, that's good. I was hoping you tell me. What is that about? What's going on today? And they said, well, you know, I'm just one of these days, and da-da-da-da-da-da. And here's what I said. Derek, you got to leave. And I'm happy to sign it if you need to take the rest of the day, because you were not going to ruin my office success based upon your bad day. And I get it. Everybody have a bad day. Every day is not the same for everybody, but you are not going to ruin the success of this office based on your bad day today. I'll sign your leave if you need to. All right? So here's what we're going to focus on. We're going to focus area today is going to talk about creativity, staff morale, team strengths and weaknesses, motivation and appreciation, employer participation, partnerships, and customer service. Next slide. Let's talk about creativity at work. Encourage new ideas to solve challenges and promote innovation in service delivery. Encourage new ideas. How many of you got ideas about how things could work better in your office? Maggie? Cynthia? Summer? Who else? I saw it, Sabrina. Who else? Very good. Have you expressed those ideas to your manager? Has anything been done about it? Listen, nobody knows what your idea is if you're sitting on it and not talking about it. You got to share it with your manager. And then if your manager does not receive it, it does not mean that they didn't receive it at that moment. They just got to process it. It's not a no. It's that they're thinking about it and they're going to come back to it. So present your ideas. A lot of you are sitting on great ideas on how to make things better in your center, but you're sitting there with an attitude because you think, I'm not in charge, or they're not going to listen to me, or why this or why that. You got to change your attitude. You got to encourage new ideas to solve challenges in your office. I'll never forget when I walked into Region 5 almost 2 years ago. It was a challenge for me. And by my first year, Julie, where is she? Julie, where are you? Julie them heard me. I cried a lot when I became an area manager. And I said, this is not what I signed up for. But Area 5 was going through some challenges. Right? We were. But did we ever stop working, Ronika, Heather? We did not. We kept working. We found ways to work around and make greatness continue to happen for who? For the customers that we were serving. You got to promote innovation and service delivery. Find ways to make these things continue to happen in your office. Right? So we were reaching out. I was reaching out to some of everybody. We continued to call the mayor. We were doing creative things with the mayor for the city of Selma. You know, we did a customer service training, and the county they got word of it. Then the county commission called us and said, can you do customer service training for the county staff as well? You know, we were finding innovative ways to make great things continue to happen in our area for the people that we were serving, because I needed to keep the career center in Selma, because that's where I was or am at that time. I needed to keep that career center vibrant. I needed to keep it on the forefront in the minds of people that the career center was still alive and well. Now listen, I got a bag of chips. They have not been opened and someone has asked for them already. But I promised them to somebody else and I'm in trouble now. So I'm gonna open them, right? I need to because this is a part of my demonstration. But if you would come, Sabrina, forgive me, I'm gonna give them to her because she's asked, okay? I just volunteered you before the presentation. All right, hold this chip. Now I need you don't want them now because I opened them, Sabrina, come on. See, now I need you to pour one in my hand. Pour one in my hand. Don't you touch it, just pour one in my hand. All right, one, because I'm gonna let you have the whole bag. Just so I could, thank you, ma'am. Give her her hand. When you take a fresh bag of potato chips and you open it, you hear that? It has a crunch, right? They crunchy. Sorry. Here's what my point is. Don't lose your crunch. Don't lose your crunch. If you lose your crunch, if anything loses crunch, it becomes what? Stale. It becomes stale. That means it's no longer fresh. It's no longer good. That means you're out of fresh ideas. You're out. You're just riding the clock. You're just existing. You're just showing up every day because you say, what? This is my job. This is my job. I'm just going to my job, right? People, don't lose your crunch. Because listen, somebody needs you when you show up to work. Whether it's your coworker, whether it's a customer, somebody needs you. And you need to be crunchy at all times. I got these clappers for a reason, Alicia. You need to be crunchy at all times. So stay crunchy. Next slide. Staff morale matters. A happy staff equals better customer service. Create a supportive and respectful environment and address burnout early. You got to cheer each other. Region 5, Sabrina and Lauren knew these clappers, but when I became the area manager, Region 5 learned them, and they was like, where is he going with them clappers? Because I'm your biggest cheerleader. I'm going to advocate for you as long as you allow me to. When you don't want me to, trust me, I will not. I don't believe in pressure. But I'm going to be your biggest cheerleader. I'm going to cheer you on. I'm going to hear your ideas. I want you to run with things. Make greatness happen for your center. A happy staff equals a better morale in your office. It makes everybody's lives better. And so I heard some people say, when new people come in your office, some of you been there 5 years or longer, when new people come into your office, don't start talking negative about your work environment. Because you may be one of those people on burnout. You may be ready to go. But you're holding a spot because you say, I need my job. You may have already aura OJT, retired on the job. You're just in the way. I'm being honest. And you may need to reconsider something, and you might need to go and visit aura SA because it just might be that time. But we need a happy office because the customers that are walking in our office need us. And you know when those customers come in, they got all kind of issues, all kind of concerns. You have to be a mama, you got to be a daddy, you got to be a brother. Your hat changed so many times where? In the career center. And so you got to be some of everything to everybody. And we can't have you in there talking about each other, mad with each other, all this. That drains the morale of the office. Someone would tell you, I am a leader that I don't do drama. I don't like it. Leave the drama at the door because there's a when you get inside of here. So I don't need your drama. I need your willingness and your ability to perform and give the customers all you got. Now, when you leave at 7:45 or 5 o'clock, pick that up at the door and keep moving, right? I remember when I started working at the Career Center, I'll never forget Susan Cosby, my manager at that time. This is what she said. She said, Cliff, I'm not going to tell you about anything or anybody in this office. Here's what you got to do. And this is what she said to me. I want you to learn everybody for yourself. And let me tell you this. It didn't take me long to see the liars, the backbiters, the angry folks, the mad folks, because they got overlooked for a promotion and this and that and all. And they had all of these negative things to say. I heard it. But I remember what my leader said. I'm going to let you learn people for yourself. And you make the decision. And I did. Very quick. And I didn't cling to people. And they would always say, he go to lunch by himself. He don't really talk to nobody. Because I had already figured you out. And my focus was, I got a job to do. And I know who I am and from which I come. And I was grateful that I had the opportunity to impact and make a difference in the life of somebody else. All right, so we got to make sure we need a happy office. So I need all of you all to remain happy. And then again, if you're burnt out and ready to go, and you're just hanging because you're saying, I don't know what to do or which way to go, get with your manager. Because your manager might have to say, well, I'm going to reassign you something else. It might work, but if you're just tired RSA might be where you want to go. And here's this. We're going to thank you for everything that you've done. And we wish you well. Next slide. All right. Know your team's strengths and weaknesses. How many are in management in here? Oh, got a lot of them. Okay. Do you know the strengths and the weakness of your team? Do you? Have you done an assessment? You know. You know who to give what to. You know who not to give what to, right? Listen, everybody in that office is different, but they are unique in his and her own way. But you got to assess the strengths and you got to assess the weaknesses and address all of it. Every team member brings unique value. You all are important. You all matter. You all have greatness on the inside of you. And for that, we say thank you. Keep shining because somebody needs your light. All right? Match task to strength. Give them what's best fit to. Listen, I know when I see a customer resume in our office, I automatically know who done it. I automatically know where that resume come from. When I said, somebody in this office did your resume, and they'll say, yep, Sabrina say did it. I can call her because she works in my office. She don't mind me calling her name. But she'll tell me, I knew it. I know who's done a resume. I also know who has attempted to do it and they said, it was done in your office, and I know exactly who done it too, right? We got to work. That's not their strength. Provide growth opportunities in weak areas. Offer to go to training. Get involved in training. Ask about going to training, right? And use team assessments and check-ins. Make it work. Get with each other. Find out what we can do to make greatness happen and continue to be a success for who? For the customers that we serve. Next slide. Do not stop being what? Say it louder. Do not stop being. You are an impact. That's right. Influence lives daily through service. Model professionalism and commitment. Small actions create big community change. And you know this in blue, everybody else write what is what they said. This is mine because this dropped in me when I was doing this PowerPoint. What you do for someone today could have a ripple effect on their tomorrow. That's powerful. Andorra was here Monday, Tuesday. And she sent an email to us and said she saw a customer somewhere at the restaurant or somewhere, and they recognized, called her out and thanked her for what she had done. That was some time back. But people never forget what you do for them and how you made them feel when you assisted and helped them. You make a difference. You are an impact. Listen, I like to say that you're an investor. What does that mean? You're investing in the lives of people daily. So you are an investor, Alicia. What you do matters, and we appreciate it. Next slide. Keep them motivated. I'm trying to keep you motivated here, right? Keep them motivated. We got to set clear goals. We got to understand what it is. What is the goal? What is our goal? Our goal is to serve the customer from the time they do what? Enter the building, walk in that building. That's right. It is to give them what they need. First thing we're going to ask them, what brings you in today, right? Are you better? Help establish clear goals with your staff so that your staff will understand how to best serve and assist customers when they come in. Recognize milestones. Recognize the milestones of your people. They've been here 10 years. Recognize them. How do you recognize them? That's what these clappers are for my office, right? Recognize them. You send it into elaboration, well, not elaboration anymore, but whatever the future name will be. I thought I had the winning name, but I didn't dare it. But send that in to them so they can be recognized. Provide professional development. Julie, when I came on, did I not provide professional development on my own with you all? Did I not set clear goals, expectations? You have to do that as a leader. You can't wait on the state sometimes and say, we're waiting to see what the training gonna be. You know what's needed in your office. So you say, we're gonna set aside some time and we're gonna work on resumes or talk about resumes. So I'm gonna do this with my staff. I'm gonna do this with my team, right? Take the initiative and do it. Encourage open communication. Don't make your staff feel like they can't come to you, that they can't ask you anything. Don't be a leader who leads by intimidation. That's the worst leader. I've had one. Don't do that. And a lot of times I learned about people that in leadership that leads with it by intimidation and a bully tactic, it's because they're really insecure themselves about their role and their title. Listen, a degree didn't prepare me for this where I am today. It did not. But experience has. And that I have, I don't mind sharing with someone else if they want it. Because as leaders, we must realize and remember, we're temporary. We're passing through. But you must build the next leader. And if we're not building leaders, then my question to you is, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right? So encourage. Next slide. Show appreciation. This go a long way. A simple thank you goes a long way. Recognize efforts publicly and privately. Recognize it. And then create traditions of recognitions, monthly awards, shout outs, or whatever you do in your office. We celebrate birthdays in our office in Selma. And you hear me talk about Selma because that's where my career began. 20-something years, that's where I've been. And so you hear me talk about that a lot. But recognize we celebrate each other in there. We got one coming up in January. She's already told us what she wants for her birthday party to look like. I'm not a big fan of it, but I'm jumping on board because I'm going to be a team player, right? It's the menu I'm kind of off about. But anyway, we do that. We celebrate. Next slide. Employer engagement. Encourage employers to host hiring events at your center. Showcase your office as a hub for workforce solutions to your community and build trust through consistent support. Listen, with this one, are we inviting employers in? Are we asking them to come into our office? All those job orders that are not in Alabama Works, they're on Indeed perhaps, and they might not be in Alabama Works. But are you reaching out to those employers that are on Indeed to say, hey, I noticed you got a job posting, and we would love to talk to you about how you can get that in Alabama Works free of charge. And not only that, but how we could get you into our office to utilize space to host your hiring event at our office. And what is that doing? We're building relationship with the employer, but we're also generating traffic for our office, and we're also raising the awareness of the Career Center. And if by chance the job seeker that come in don't get a job with that employer, they now know who we are, and they're going to come back based upon what? Exceptional customer service that have been rendered by who? Y-O-U. That's what we're doing. Next slide. Atmosphere towards customers. First impression matters. That's so important. When that customer comes in, that first impression matters. I want you to think about your area. I want you to think about your office. How does it feel when a customer comes in? Does it feel like this room cold as ice? Or when they walk in, do they feel welcome? Truly welcomed by your staff, by your team there? Do they feel warm, welcoming, respectful environment? You got to respect them. And demand. I tell people, I tell them all the time in Selma, the Career Center is our domain, it's our home. And for those customers that come in irate, you got to demand that they respect your house, right? So you got to demand it. You got to treat them with respect, but you got to demand that they respect your house. And your house there at that time is your Career Center. Customer-centered service, repeat engagement. When we provide exceptional customer service, you will have repeat engagement. They will come back. It's like fishing. I thought Jonathan said fishing this morning. He said, what? I ain't saying about no fishing, but fishing. It's like you throwing their rod out there and reeling it back in. They're going to keep coming back if you treat them right. Right? Next slide. Success equals motivated staff, engaged employers, plus satisfied customers. Your center, your success starts with who? Y-O-U. Do it again, Susan. Starts with who? Y-O-U. Y'all look at Susan. Do it again, Susan. Starts with who? Y-O-U. That's where it starts. It starts with you. You got to make a difference. And you got to be willing to engage that customer. You got to make them feel like they're welcome and that they are part of your center. Get them in. That's through Wagner Pizer, WIOA, business service, debt service. I mean, we wear a myriad of hats, right? We do a little bit of everything. And then others say, what you do, we can do it better. I want you to know that that is so what you do. Others are saying they can do it better. Say to you, what do you say? No, I like the Cynthia been around a long time. I like that. No, you can't. Anything you do can do, I can do it better. Yes, you can. No, you can't. No, you can't. But they want it. Are you going to give someone else what you do? I want to talk about this in our offices. I brought balls, and Sabrina and Jonathan probably know about these balls. I've used these before, but I got different ones this time. I found soccer ball, right? Who likes soccer? Nobody? I say 2 hands, 3 hands. Who like basketball? All right, 1 or 2 more hands. Others are just saying, just hurry up and sit down. But I'm going to finish my time because it's empowerment time for you. Who likes football? All right, roll tide. All right. And who likes baseball? Baseball, very good. All of these balls are different, yet they are a unique sport. And at the end of the game, there's only going to be one winner. But I've learned something. Watching my niece over at the Crumpton Bowl yesterday, the volleyball tournament, they lost, and they lost bad, okay? She went back to Selma crying, her mama tell me. They lost. There can only be one winner. But at the end of the game, you know what they do, how they come and dap each other up? That's what we do. We keep encouraging each other. And the winner was saying, good game, good game. And they was crying, Alicia, thinking, hey, no good game. Y'all beat us. But good game. That's how we have to be an encourager, one to the other, to our customers, and to the people that we serve. Title, people, does not exempt you from serving in your career center. I got to say that. Title does not exempt you from serving in your career center. So they say Clifford's an area manager, but Clifford will still work a front desk. Clifford will still answer a phone, and Clifford will still serve that customer through resume assistance and whatever else that I can do for that customer. Title does not exempt you from working. We all have a role to play. And we got to get involved because you got to remember, it's your center, your success. And when they say them people at the career center, they're talking about all of us, Angela. Not Ebony, not Yolanda, but they're talking about everyone connected to your career center. So how dare you sit there and let your team suffer without even trying to make your team a success? Success starts at the center, and you must be the success getter. Win. We want as many wins as we possibly can. All right? You're on this team. And so if you want to stand right now, whatever, because I'm going to throw some balls to you, because you are important. You are an impactor. And your team needs you. You are important. You are needed. You are of value. And your team needs you. Bad throw. That was an Auburn throw. It was a joke. Come on. Your team needs you. Who's going to be a team player in this room? Who's going to be a team player? Who understands the value of success? Your center, your success. Listen, every team has a coach, and the coach is going to give you directions. The coach is going to lead you. The coach is going to tell you strategies. The coach is going to call out plays, but it's up to you to catch the ball and make the score, right? It's up to you, Derek. It's up to you. Everybody that's connected to your team, you got to motivate them. You got to encourage them. You got to drive them. You must be the driving force, because if your team fails, it's going to be a failure for everybody on that team, and not just the coach, which is not just the manager in that office, but you. One thing about leadership that I've learned that has bothered me, I realized when I became a manager, and I wasn't in this by myself, that everybody in that office job rode on my shoulders. Why? Because I had been entrusted with leading the team. And if the team failed, I felt like I failed them. I don't want to fail. I don't want you to fail. I want you to win. I want your team to win. Why? Because you deserve to win. You deserve to tell people that they are a lie when they say, what you do, I can do it better. You have every right to say what Cynthia has said. No, you can't. Right? Who's winning? Who want to win? Who want to win? Who wants to win? All right, my time's up. Thank you. Remember, you are an impact.
Can we give it up one more time for Mr. Clifford Hunter? Bring the energy, and let's get ready for Miss Susan Kozlowski, the Region 7 Area Manager. Region 7, let's hear it for Susan.
Okay, we've got a little something different for me because I cannot hold the microphone. I talk with my hands. So I dropped the channel changer when I was practicing, and so I don't want to break the microphone. But do you think they can hear me? Okay, so I'm going to hover here, my protection. But when Larry talked to us yesterday morning, he talked about how we drew our topics. And he gave us a cute story about his. I'm going to tell you, when I drew mine, I thought it was divine intervention. Okay? But it's not the first time, and you'll hear about a couple of the times when I have worked through the state that I really felt like there was divine intervention taking place. Now, identifying customer needs, 2 reasons why I felt it was divine intervention. The first reason, because how are we going to identify customer needs? We're going to ask questions. Well, guess what? I have been trained in asking questions. When I was in the military, I was trained as a prisoner of war interrogator. Guess what we do? We ask questions. And we ask them again in a different way to see if we get a different answer. And then we go to the next person and we ask them a question. Same question. See if we got a different answer. We do that every day, don't we, guys? We try to figure out what the actual story is for that person. When I got out of the military, I loved asking questions and putting information together. So I chose to study back in the day, because I'm 100, mass communications. We didn't even have particular things. Mine was with an emphasis in public relations. But I studied journalism. I studied how to ask questions and put articles together. I went to work for Bell South and worked there for a lot of years, putting articles together for the sales team and for our outside customers. So I feel uniquely qualified to talk to y'all about asking questions. I've been doing it all my life. And by the way, I helped raise 4 kids, and my husband and I have one together. 5 teenagers, I know how to ask questions and get answers. The next thing is, I am a product of what y'all do. One day I was looking for something different. I exercised. Who's here from Alabaster? I've only been gone 4 years. And is there anybody?
Yes.
Put your hand up. Okay. Oh, you moved to Alabaster. I just still thought you were in Birmingham. Okay. Well, hey, I worked there. I went to the gym next door. It's now the Y, but at the time it was called the Body Shop because, you know, I thought I was going to have a body, but that didn't work out. But anyway, one day I had been going there. At the time, I probably lived in Alabaster 10 years. I had passed by the Alabaster Career Center every other day for 10 years, never noticed it. And one day I walked out the door and all of a sudden again, Lord, divine intervention. There was the sign and it faces sideways and it looked like the sun was shining on it. It actually said Alabaster Career Center because at the time, oh, it still does. We tried to get that R in there for years and it just wasn't happening. And now with the change of names, I'm sure that's why it's not fixed. But so I went to the Alabaster Career Center to find out what they do because I wanted to do something different with my career. When I walked in, there was a guy at the desk. The Career Center looked great. I looked around. All the people were talking to people. It was back in the day when we had a little play center up front. There were a couple of little kids up there quietly playing. So I walked up to the front desk and the guy greeted me and he was so warm and inviting, asked me what I wanted. I said, I want to work here. I mean, I felt wonderful going in. Well, the person at the desk was Ricky Littleton. So He now drives our mobile unit. So as he comes out to your career centers for your events or the job fairs, thank him for me because I thanked him every day after that. He connected me with the vet rep who connected me with a job in the career center working for WIA. So again, that is why I feel uniquely qualified. So go ahead. Okay. Whoa, that went one too many. Either that or I forgot what I'm saying. In the career centers, you all know better than I do now. We see all kinds of people, especially in our rural communities. We are the place they come to ask about everything. Sometimes things we don't want to answer. They tell us a lot more than we want to know. But we have so many people that come in that in looking at what we're going to talk about today, I needed to help us focus on just a few things that we need to make sure that we're doing the same way so we communicate together. And what I'm focusing on here is our bread and butter, the employer and the job seeker. That's who pays most of our salaries, even the SWAPD folks back there. In Mobile, our career center has a different agency, for those of you that may not know, that handles WIOA. They train the people, but we're all still focused on getting them to go to work. So next one. I also wanted to limit what we were talking about as far as points of contact, because if you're like me, and I talked to somebody this morning that does the same thing as I do. I go to the doctor, I talk to the person. Where'd you get your training? I go to the grocery store. Oh, you're in school? How are you paying for that? I'm old now, so people don't think I'm, creepy when I ask these questions. But I ask people all the time because the other divine intervention is I no longer live in area 4 where Wendy Collins has that area. And divine intervention, Laura Bethea, who is here with us today, was area 7's area manager, and she was going to retire. And she asked me, because I said a million times, I'm moving to Mobile when I retire, because that's where my daughter was. We were in the throes of the pandemic. Laura said, I'm retiring. Hey, do you want to come to Mobile? I'm like, yes. Within 30 days, my husband and I had made the decision to sell our house. We moved to Mobile. My daughter and her husband were renting their house. She rented it to us. And there we are. We sold all of our property up north and we were gone. We went on vacation in the beginning of September and never went back to live there. So divine intervention. Anyway, back to our topic. Front desk is the first place where we encounter these people. And we've talked a lot about front desk support. Y'all who work the front desk as your primary duty, raise your hand. I know we've got them. Keep them up there high. Be proud. You are the ones that set the tone for us. Keep your hands up. Those of you that have worked the front desk, raise your hand. Great. Oh my goodness. I didn't know what to expect. Okay, I'll be honest with you, because we have talked about cross training and sometimes we don't follow through, and we're islands sometimes and we get so busy and all of these reasons. But I applaud you. If by chance you have not worked the front desk, talk to your supervisor, talk to your manager. If you're the supervisor or the manager, make sure you get a chance too, because we no longer have people who just supervise people. Manager, when I come in, I'm going to step in where I can. I've worked the front desk in Mobile, not for very long because I am new to the area too. I've been there 4 years, but I'm still learning a lot of the stuff. But I will get better. I help out where I can. And we expect you managers to do the same thing. But we're going to talk about front desk and what happens there. What happens with the sit-down interview when you're face-to-face with that job seeker or that employer, and the virtual contact, which has become quite a big thing these days. I know we have always done it. We've always had the phone to answer, and we've always done email, at least since I've been here. And I know that, at least the phone, because I came from the phone company. So I know y'all had phones when I got here, and we used email. But our ability to serve people from the beginning to the end without them coming into the career center is something new since the pandemic. Something that I think is the only good thing that came out of the pandemic is we as state workers are able to serve our clients. The last piece is really going to address some of the things that were brought up yesterday, because like Haley, I believe my area is very short-staffed. The career centers that I go into, I've had managers cancel leave week after week after week because there wasn't enough coverage. It reaches a point where you need to do what you need to do too, and we need to figure out how to work that. I don't have any that just have two right at the moment, and I think Clifford has one that just has one. There may be others, but those are the only ones I'm aware of. But we are very short-staffed. We've come up with I say that, I'm taking y'all's credit. They have come up with some creative ways to address that. Documenting all of your contacts at these 3 stages is going to be one of those tools that is so critical, because and Bay Minette just lost their manager. I have been spending a lot of time in Bay Minette. But when I go in there or wherever I am, when they've seen somebody, if they're documenting what happened, I can get in there and see what happened right away and not have to bother anybody, slow them down. Next slide. Okay. First point, and these will go quicker, and a lot of this is stuff you already know. But like Kevin said yesterday, some of this may help you take a twist on something a little different. Of course, you're going to say good morning or good afternoon. Ricky did that for me when I walked in, and I felt welcomed. This is something new that you might want to consider, thanking somebody. And I think Haley was one that mentioned that about people coming in. They're looking for something from you. They know you have something of value. But we also know, because of our staffing and our other commitments, they have to wait sometimes to talk to us. I get really kind of in my feelings when I'm saying, I'm sorry you had to wait. I'm sorry you had to wait. I'm sorry. What I saw was saying thank you for waiting. Now, we hear this a lot of time, and I had to call a credit card agency on Wednesday, and they had a taped thing. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a heartfelt thank you for waiting, because that person stood in line between 2 or 3 other people to wait to talk to you because they think what you have is important. I think what you have is important. Next slide. Next, we're going to ask them, why did you come here? How can I help you? Ricky asked me, how can I help you? And that's what I use, because it puts a relationship already together. How can I help you? Job seeker, employer. I'm committing that I'm going to help you. And it reminds me every time I say it that I better be ready to help them. And again, with a good attitude. What we want you to do is just be warm and inviting, like Alabaster was. I wanted to work there because they welcomed me. We're not going to say everybody has to say the same thing, because that tends to be robotic. And we don't want you to start. We want you to say what is comfortable for you. Now we're going to start the eternal game of 20 questions. So you've asked, how can I help you? And what do they say? The lady at the school sent me here. Oh, great. How many times have you heard that? Okay. Or some rendition of that. Then you have to ask more questions. What lady, what school? And it turns out the lady at the school sent that person for an appointment with vocational rehabilitation. So asking those questions is going to clarify, do they need to stay with me because they are a job seeker or an employer? Or do they need to go to one of the other people that is also located in our career center? You guys that work the front desk, traffic controllers. Next slide. We're going to ask next, are you a veteran? Ricky asked me that question. And I bet he was surprised when I told him the answer. Because again, I'm 100 years old. We were talking about it early on. 50 years ago, I went into the service at 18. So y'all can figure out how old I am. And I'm proud of every minute of it. Every wrinkle has been earned honestly. But he asked me, was I a veteran? Only at this point do we have enough information to have them fill out the sign-in sheet. And I'll tell you a little secret, and I won't tell you where, but I've worked in a lot of career centers, and I've been in meetings at others throughout my 22-year career. I was in a career center and I was fairly early on. I was there for training. And so I didn't say anything, unlike Clifford, who intervened, thank goodness, when there was something that wasn't going right. But I sat and watched the front desk person sign in, have a seat. And this was before we had cell phones that's as much as we did. It was sign in, have a seat, sign in, have a seat, sign in, have a seat. The person didn't look up and I was from behind. It dragged on forever for me. I can't imagine those poor people that signed in and had a seat in the chairs that were over there. At the end of it, and it could have only been 2 minutes, but still, at the end of that time, we had 5 or 10 people that had gone in and we still didn't know anything about them. And there they were sitting in chairs. And then we started calling them back up. Okay, come on up. And then asked them, please don't do that. I know we don't do it. I saw it and I have never seen it again, but I just couldn't believe it. I swore if I ever had any control over any of that, we would never do that. Okay, for the walk-in employer. I got ahead of myself on that story. Let me just go back. When we do the sign-in sheet, the best ones I have seen, and I watched Vicki in Mobile do this, and it really refreshed my memory because I'm sure a lot of you do this. She guided that person. Once she has all of that information, she guides them through. The whole staff there, I'm sure, does it. I'm sure y'all's do too, but it amazed me and refreshed my memory because she said, put your name here. You're here to job search. You're a veteran. And the time is 11:32. They didn't have to look. They didn't have to move anything. All of our information was accurate. And for those of us that were here last year, when we had somebody who shall remain unnamed, but no longer works in the state, what this person was challenging a lot of what we did in the Career Center, and we were turning in our numbers. And this person apparently did not believe that we were reporting the right numbers. Y'all remember going back I think it was July, copying all of the sign-in sheets for that month. It is critical to get that information accurate. It's also critical. I've used it when I've gone to look at when did a person come in and when did we serve them. So that information is critical and you guys can move it this fast. Okay, now I'm ready for the next one. So we have got the employer that is right in front of us. It's rare that this happens, but I know all of you are ready for this when it happens. There is a plan for what's going to transpire. We don't want that employer to stand there for a while. If you designate a person, if it's the manager, I've seen various renditions. I've implemented various versions. Alabaster, we at one time had one person that saw them because he put in all of the job orders and, did all of that because we had enough staff. Everybody does everything now. So there may not be a specific person that is waiting to do that. But whoever the next person is, whatever your plan is, make sure that you activate it at that point because you also don't want that employer to sit in the lobby and wait. If we've got a relationship with them, we want to keep it, right? And if we don't, we want to make a good impression. We want to help them find the people that we're trying to help find jobs. And more than likely, it's going to be a smaller employer. And now that is just me saying that from my experience. You may not see this. Except for Mobile, which I've only done for the last 4 years, I've not worked in a big comprehensive center. It may be very different in the bigger cities. I've always been in a smaller area. But the one experience that I had working the front desk in Alabaster was an employer that came in looking for people he wanted to hire doing HVAC. We had at that time somebody that talked to employers. So beautiful person. I went and connected him. By the way, it was also Ricky Littleton. He comes up a lot in these stories, but he talked to the employer and told me about it later. This was a guy who had come out of prison, come into Alabaster about 5 years before. So it was probably a little bit before I got there or shortly thereafter. And I did truck driving, so I wouldn't have known the names for the other trainings. But he got trained, got himself a job, worked his way up to master HVAC, whatever their title is, came back and said, I want to help others coming behind me. Y'all talked about a program. What is it? Those BSRs, what are you going to tell us? OJT. He wanted to do OJT with us or connect us with people who were eligible for training. So we went ahead and made those connections, and he was a really good employer for quite a while. Okay, if this is a job seeker, and again, we're going to kind of run through this quickly because y'all do this all day, every day, but I have to put in my praises, like they say, where they come, checking if somebody is registered. You know that little keypad that y'all have at the front desk? I love those keypads. Sometimes we don't use them, but when we first got them, we went from paper and trying not to call out socials and that to put in your social. So we can do things real quickly. We can check, is this person registered? Is it a recent registration? And can they move on? I've just come in to use the resource room. Oh yeah, let's check. And I advise you to check, especially in the bigger career centers, even in the smaller ones, because in Alabaster, we came across somebody who we let it expire because she comes in every day. Surely to goodness, she's up to date. And when it came time for us to do something, it was expired. So we had to start over. Save yourself that embarrassment. If it's older, then we need to find out, has any information changed? People without jobs sometimes have to move home with their parents or move in with another relative. Some of our hardest to serve people, they change phones like forever. I have had my telephone number since they invented cell phones. I mean, I had one that I carried into the car and it was the size of a shoebox. But remember, I worked for the phone company at that time. So you would think I would have a phone, but younger people and people without income, sometimes they change them all the time. So we need to keep that up to date, because how else are we going to get in touch with these people if we don't have their addresses, if we don't have their phone numbers? And of course, if it's old or really old or never registered, that's when we need to give them the options. And we're all about options. At least I am, because not one thing works for everybody. You can give them the customer information form, and a lot of our clients like to use that. But don't forget, they can also use the Wagner-Pizer application. They can go in and register themselves. Now, I have to tell a little story on one of my staff in the Bay Minette Career Center. I was talking about this because I've been excited and nervous, I have to be honest, about this presentation. And so I was talking about it, and that I needed one of each so that I could know remember what they looked like when I'm practicing. And the person mentioned to me, oh, sometimes I forget to use that because we are so focused and we see so many, but especially when we're talking to them over the phone, they can get registered and then come in. If we're busy in the Career Center, they can go to the resource room and get registered and come back. So now we're to the point where we're transitioning. We've given them all of the instructions. They've gone to the resource room or they're filling out the CIF. They know to come and let us know at the front desk when they're finished. When they bring it up, we'll tell them what the next steps are. It's all about communication, because sometimes we're like adult Disney World. They kind of have to wait for our pearls of knowledge. And so we need to let them know what the wait time is going to be. And you may have somebody at that point that says, oh, I did not realize that. I'm going to have to leave. But then we can move over into a virtual contact. Oh, we'll leave your information here. We'll get it into the system, and someone will reach out to you and work on your resume. That's not the end of it. They just had to physically leave the Career Center. So we need to tell them if they're going to stay, and it might be a little bit of a wait. Listen for your name, and if you have to leave the lobby, let me know. And that worked really well for us in Mobile, because we had a little issue with someone who was not our agency that would call a name, and if that person had stepped away to the restroom or maybe stepped outside to take a call, if they didn't answer, that was the end of that. And the staff in Mobile noticed that and implemented something different. They would intervene. Let me know if you go outside. And so when that name was called, and I watched several of the staff there let that person know, oh, they've just stepped outside. I'll let them know when they come back in, or I'll send security to ask them to come in. So the staff, who is very committed to what we do, made sure that these people were not overlooked. And then, of course, once we get those forms filled out, we're going to put them wherever it's designated for you. The smaller offices, a lot of times, y'all see everything. You don't need to know that they're finished because you can see them, at least in my area. I haven't been in every career center, but it's harder to see in some of the bigger career centers because if you sit way in the back, you're not going to see when that person is finished or the next one is there. So there's a communication between the front desk and the rest of the folks. Watch for that. Okay, we're switching back to our employer very quickly, the things that we're going to go through when we have that second point of contact. And now this is where we need to start paying attention because we're going to start recording what transpired at the end. We're going to talk to them if it's a new employer, what kind of business, how many jobs do they have open? If they want to do their own job searching, we're going to show them how to do that and talk to them about how to find people for those jobs. Of course, we're going to let them know we can do it. We're going to talk to them about the job fairs, and especially now that we have the job fair portal and the benefits of that. We're going to talk to them about hiring events and that we can physically go to their location and help them with hiring events. Now, if you have a good relationship with that employer, and we did with some of them in Alabaster, they would let us take customer information forms and people would fill out our form and the company's form. Because guess what? That company may be implementing a new line, third shift, but they're not going to hire all the people that came. And so this way we have people that we can help long after that event is over. We're going to talk to that employer about labor market information, give them the job order form. But in any kind of support that's needed, that we hear from the conversation. So we're going to use our active listening. Labor market information for the employer comes into play in a lot of different ways. And an example that I have, it lets us off the hook. Now, let's just say I have come across a couple of employers in my different areas where I have worked, so I don't identify who they are, that tend to underpay. They get people, but they don't stay because as soon as they get any kind of work experience, they go across the street or across the county to make a little bit more money. And then that employer comes to you and says, I can't keep my people. Labor market information. You can show them what other employers are paying. So you can tell them, I'm not playing with it. You got it. You might want to consider paying a little more. But we have to be gentle with that because we don't want to lose our relationship with that employer. And, you know, I know a couple of our employers that would take offense to that. But when the data is there, all I'm doing is presenting the data. They can make their own decision. Next slide, Heather. When you're finished with that, you're going to escort them out and make sure that you provide that what you promised them. If you said you were going to put in job orders, put them in. Now, if you're going to do resume searches, if you didn't commit for them to have them in 2 hours, you might want it, you can wait and kind of go back to where if the office is busy. But if you told them you would have them in 2 hours, you better do that right now. And then you're going to document that because we're short-staffed, right? All of y'all raise your hand if your office is short-staffed. I better see all hands go up. And Haley's going to put up 2.
Plus my ladies.
So what happens when you've talked to that employer and now you're out at a job fair and that employer calls the next day? What are we going to say? I don't know. You mean you were here yesterday? No, we're professionals and I want to be, if I answer it, I want to be able to say, oh, I see here that Haley promised you she was going to get you some job orders and let me get those for you. So right away, we can continue to provide that service without any kind of lapse, even though we're busy. We can communicate with each other and we need to focus on using those case notes to communicate with each other. For the job seeker from here, they've brought their customer information form up or their Wagner-Pfizer application. There are 2 ways this can happen, and I fought long and hard for the second one, y'all. Some of y'all may have done so too, but when the area managers, and I think Laura, you were part of that group that introduced the sit-down interview. The rules were we would go get our paperwork and get our person and take them back to our desk and type, 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 talk, 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 type, type, type. I can't do that. My brain does not function that way. And it makes me nervous to have people looking at me when I'm trying to put the data in. So imagine how I'm feeling now. No, I'm okay right now. But so I started at that point to try and figure out what can I do that's different, because I can't ask somebody to do something I cannot do. I tried my best to be able to bring that person back. It just made me nervous, and they were sitting there watching me or getting on their phone. And so there was only one thing I could alleviate from that situation, and that was my nerves. So I started communicating with the people, talked with Ruby. Ruby Beasley was my area manager, and said, look, is it okay if I go out, introduce myself, get the information I'm missing, tell the person I'm going to go put some stuff in the system, some information in, and I will be back out to get you in just a few minutes. And then we're going to talk. She said, yeah. So that became the way that I can do it. And I have always offered that alternative. I'm sure, again, I wasn't in every area at that point, but I'm hoping that became an option for everyone. If it isn't, it is now. Because we don't all think the same. And what we want is accurate information going into the system. We want you comfortable so that you can provide your best service to our job seekers. The key to it all is communicate with them. And for heaven's sake, don't take that time to run to the bathroom or to go do a quick whatever. Do that before you get the person. If you've committed, I'm coming back in a few minutes, because it takes a minute or two or three to put stuff in the system. No matter how fast you get, it does take time. And sitting out there waiting feels like forever. The items you're going to cover are those things that we put in services for. We're going to talk to them about their resume. We're going to assess their skills. We're going to talk to them also about labor market information. Are the skills that they have skills that employers are still looking for? We're going to show them how to use Alabama Works, so that they can leave us and continue to do job search, or come back into us and use the resource room. And we're going to talk briefly about the other services. And I know when we get busy, and I hear this especially when we're really, really busy, if they have a high school diploma, why do I tell them about GED classes? Because that's just maybe, 20, 30 seconds you can cut off. And if you have enough of those things, it shortens the visit. But we don't have advertising until we became workforce. And I understand there will be some about the workforce organization. The only way people know about us is word of mouth. So if I tell somebody we have adult education courses, they might not need it, but somebody they know or a relative that they know will need that. And if you've provided them with good customer service, they're going to say, hey, go to the Career Center. They can help you with that. Okay, ending this interaction. Of course, we're going to print out the resume, print out job orders, or email them to them if that's how they want to get the information. We're going to let them know that we are available to assist them until they find a job. This is a little different information. You should have been hearing some of this, but when we got Job Link, the word was self-service. Everybody can do it themselves. Self-service. We push self-service. The clients we see can't do self-service. They need us to help them. And now we are focused on making sure that we are being indispensable to the people that we serve. So that doesn't mean one and done. You're coming in, going to base are like IEPs for WIOA, living, breathing documents. If it's a cashier, it's probably going to be the same for different jobs. But maybe there's some software nowadays that is being used that needs to be switched out because they might want to highlight that. I know when I got my advice from the Career Center, I made a list of everything that I'd done at every job I'd ever done. And they showed me how to pull out different things. If I was applying for a supervisor job, I pulled out where I supervised and put that stuff first. If I was applying for a writing job, I did that with my writing skills. And so that's what we need to teach our higher skilled individuals, and even those that are looking for that have basic skills. We're going to make sure that we let them know that if I'm not here, anybody can help you because the information is in the system. We're also going to add them to our list of people that we're helping because jobs come in all the time, all the time. And if you know that so-and-so is looking for a particular kind of job and that job comes in, immediately you can send that lead to them. Okay, you need to let them know that you're also going to reach out to them as time permits. It sounds like I'm getting some feedback. Are y'all hearing that? Some echo? Okay. That we're going to reach out to them at least every other week, kind of like RESEA, because we're trying to make sure that they go to work. And reaching out to them, let them know that if you reach out and they don't answer, we're going to presume they got a job and move on to the next person. That's how we'll communicate. You're going to go back to your desk after you've escorted them out and put in your services. You're going to put in the 4 services listed up there. If you provide other service, go ahead and put that in, but address it when you get to your case notes. Offsite, and this is really the only time I'll mention anything offsite, because we do have a lot of events that occur outside of the Career Center, and we do collect customer information forms at those events. When they're brought back and divided out to the staff, go ahead and put the services in, at least the 102, because we're doing an initial assessment when we put that in. If you do work on the resume, put that in. But using these 2 services instead of all 4, because they didn't have a sit-down interview. And if they didn't get that job that they went for, they're coming back in. And this lets us know 2 ways, case notes or what I call service surfing, that they only got 2. Oh, they didn't have a sit-down interview. So you know where to pick up and carry on with them. And of course, document what transpired. Next slide. Third point of contact, virtual. Now, this is going to be a combination of the first 2. We have a standard greeting when we talk on the phone. I do like to hear the greetings. I like to call the career centers and hear what's being said. For some reason, they don't get robotic, and maybe it's because we're all using a smile when we answer the phone. But I've never heard them sound robotic. So we want to make sure that when it's an email, if it gets into some of the details, that we're going to go ahead and transition that to some real-time communication, because you don't want to spend weeks trying to communicate WIOA information, job information in a long drawn-out email. And again, this is a combination of the front desk and the sit-down interview happening over the phone. So it's just a different way to interact, but you're going to do all of the same things. Things to remember on that phone: warm and inviting. You're going to get the 20 questions, and probably more often than in person, there may be a handoff. Make that handoff smooth. If it's the smaller office, get out your hats. I don't think we talked about that this time, but last time we did talk about the smaller offices. You guys have to wear that different hats. You know, you might be answering the phone and typing with your toes, trying to get all of this stuff going, because there aren't that many people there. The bigger career centers, you're going to be doing the same thing, because there are more of you in the bigger centers than in the smaller ones, but you also see more people typically than we do in the smaller career centers. So the balance is still the same. And for all of this, the contact is not really different at this point. Transitioning to a sit-down interview, of course, it's going to be seamless because I've got you on the phone, but we're going to ask that same information and get it into the system. We're going to talk to the employer about the positions, talking to them about labor market information if it's new, any other services. And I prepared the slides before we really introduced the job portal, but make sure you talk to them about that. And then you're going to document that again, so that if you're out of the office later that afternoon, when that employer calls back and says, hey, I talked to so-and-so about such and such, I can pull it up and say, oh, okay, yeah, let me help you with that. For the differences for our job seekers, we're going to be on the phone. We're not able to see them face to face. You can't see if somebody's come in and they're slouching. You can't, it's really hard to assess if you're doing suitability. Doing a Teams might help you with that. but we're going to give them information differently. We may have to send them the Wagner-Pizer application after we've told them how to fill it out so that they can sign it. We can do that part over the phone and then just send it out to them or give them the address to do it themselves. And we may end up transitioning to a Teams meeting to demonstrate. The similarities, the enrollment is the same. We're going to talk about the resume, send it to them in an email. We're going to talk about labor market information, all of those things that you talked about when that person sat in front of you. And then you're going to document it. The most important step, and I cannot say this enough, documenting what happened. We all need to take over the statement that WIOA has told me in my little ear since day one, 22 years ago. If it is not in case notes, it did not happen. Case notes have saved us many, many, many times because it was in the case note. When I get calls nowadays, just like some of my peers said, they're not happy people usually. And they're calling to complain about you telling them they're not eligible when they aren't. If you've got it in case notes, half the time, I would say 90% of the time, you're not even going to know somebody called me because I go to your case notes and it's in there. I don't bother you. You've told me what I needed to know. Now, if it's not in there, I'm going to have to reach out. And that means I have to stop what I'm doing. I have to tell that person I'm going to call them back. Then I have to ask you to stop what you're doing so that we can recreate what transpired when a quick sentence in the system would help us. And again, I watch staff. I did this for years and I used to think, but we're so busy. If I just take good notes and put it to the side and go back out for the next person, the chances of something not getting in there that is very important or confusing the information is too high. Take a few minutes and put the case notes in because we talked about people going from career center to career center. By the time they get from Bay Minette to Mobile, and Mobile pulls it up, has no clue somebody talked to them. But if you put in some case notes, it makes us look smart. It makes us look like we know what we're doing. We're professionals. What we are saying to folks, because sometimes they're incredulous. They don't believe us. And we'll catch things like, I answered the phone in Alabaster one day and a lady said, I want to get some training. And this is something I thought about last night. Sometimes people tell us what they think we want to hear so that they can get training. And then you talk to them and find out what they told us was not true. They don't have a degree, but now we're suspicious of them. All I will say to that is, please keep in mind that the person's situation. Now, this lady I talked to told me she had a master's degree. She had 2 kids, but she wasn't working. I said, well, you know, I don't think you're going to be eligible for our funding for training, but come on in, let's look, because there are any number of ways she could have been eligible. She could have had a master's degree that was out of date and she got it like I did 30 years ago. Mine is not out of date, but hers could have been. So she came up to the Career Center. By the time she got to the Career Center, she had lost her degree, gained 2 kids, and told me she wasn't working. And when we pulled wages, she was working. The only reason I was able to catch her was because I was up at the front desk and I recognized her voice. So those kinds of things need to be communicated so that we can say the same thing. There are so few of us, we have to help each other know what's going on with our employers. So just take a few minutes to do it right away. For the employer, briefly include in there what transpired, what the next steps are. For your job seeker, make sure you include services. And again, here I emphasize, if you refer to SNAP benefits, put that in there because that's going to help me when I talk to them. Because I can say, oh, you weren't eligible for that training. Did you apply for SNAP benefits? Because that makes them automatically eligible. So that would change the whole story. Don't enter a service that you didn't talk to them about. And a funny little story, and I can see how this happened. When we introduced Eligibility Explorer, that became a service in the system. And then we got a report. Now, my area in Area 7 does it very differently than everybody else. At that time, we were already getting the information, which I understand y'all, your managers are getting now in the other areas. But I got a report that showed me that we hadn't done anything, and we had 7 services already. So I went to look at them and find out, and went to the staff and said, why'd you put this in? Well, it says eligibility. And I looked at their stuff for eligibility. So I get why they said it. So I knew I needed to do some quick training. That's not what that means. That's a new program that's being, blah, 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 blah. So they know not to use that service. Any deviation from resume support, again, this is going to help you and that client, because if they've got a real crummy resume, and there was a guy I worked with in Alabaster who did great resumes. I mean, I checked resumes. So I pulled up a resume full of typos and sentence fragments, and I was shocked. I printed it out, went to the staff person and kind of said, what's going on here? Because I knew it wasn't his regular work. His eyes got this big, and he pulled out, because he kept a copy of resumes that he did. And then he said, he showed me that resume. And like we talked about yesterday, they were really proud of it because his cousin or aunt or somebody had done it for him, but it was terrible. And the staff person, and I called him yesterday because he didn't mind, William in Alabaster, said, I told him that he needed to consider something else. He left with my resume. The only reason William had it is because he liked them readily available in case the job came in. He could shoot that out, scan it, and send it out. So put that information in there. In this situation, I don't know if I would have thought to put it in, but I might have. But it would have certainly set the tone for me. Oh, yeah, I bet that's what happened in this. And I wouldn't have bothered with it except to say, hey, William, you might want to inactivate it. But if that's what the person wanted, that's what we're going to leave it. But when they come back in 3 months and still haven't found a job, that's the first talking point we're going to have. Well, it might be this resume with typos. If they're looking, whoa, that was me doing this too, but I was pointing at the thing. If they have told you what they want to do, I want to work as a machinist, put that in there. If they don't have the skills, put that in there, because then everybody's going to know when they don't have that job, why they don't. And you can talk again about setting up some training or encourage them to go to school if that's what they want, or kind of tell them what other jobs are available. What you guys do changed lives. It did mine. And remember to thank Ricky when he comes out. I have turned around and tried to do that very same thing for other staff, making sure that we got some great staff hired and making sure that people go and find a good job. Y'all do great things. Keep doing them. Any questions? All right.
All right, I stand to introduce our next speaker, which will be Larry Jowers, and he is the area manager over region number 3. And today he will speak on the topic, thoughtful body language and words. Come on and make him feel welcome.
You might wonder how we came up with who was doing what. And we put all the topics in a hat and drew them out. And I got positive body language and thoughtful words. When I told people that, they laughed. And that includes a woman that I've been married to for 32 years. So there's not a lot of confidence that I'm going to do a great job in going through this for y'all, but I'm going to try real hard. Before we get started, I want to say this. There's not an aha moment in any of this. It's all going to be things that you know. This is all going to be things that you have heard before. And it's not my intention to insult your intelligence or imply that you're doing something that you shouldn't be or that you're not doing something that you should be. Our goal here is to have a conversation and maybe come up with something that we could do a little better, or that we are sending a message that we don't intend. And I'll give you my example. Going through this, there's a slide that says, don't get distracted looking at your watch, your phone, your computer while somebody's talking to you. So when I'm sitting in my office working on something and a staff person comes in to talk to me, I'm usually in the middle of something on the computer. So I just keep right on typing while they're talking. And I think I'm multitasking, but maybe what I'm doing is telling them that what you have to say to me is not important to me. So I'm making the effort now. I'm not 100%. I'm making the effort now to say, hang on a minute, let me hit send, or hang on a minute and let me save this before they start talking. So that's the intent here. And I'll ask you at the end if you came up with any of these things that maybe you could do a little better and impact our customers in a positive way. So I want you to think about a bad customer experience and what made it bad, and while you're doing that, I'm going to tell you about mine. Over the course of playing golf one weekend, I discovered that my putter was no longer working. I don't know if it was defective or what it was. I tried different golf balls. That didn't work. It's definitely the putter. I got to have a new one. So I go to the golf store and I walk in, and the attendant, the salesperson there, he's sitting on a box looking at his phone. I don't know what he's doing, but it's okay because I've been in there a time or two, so I know where everything is. So I just walk back to where the putters are, and but they're locked up in a case there. So I walk back up to the front and said, I'd like to look at a couple of putters back there. And he, without looking up, he says, I can only let you look at one at a time. So we're still good because I only putt with one at a time. So he goes and gets it and brings it to me, and I go back there and play around with it a little bit. And I still hadn't decided. So I go back up and say, hey, I want to look at that other one. This is where it starts to go bad because apparently I was aggravating him at that point. Slams the phone down, gets up and mopes back there to where the putters are. When I say mopes, I immediately thought of telling my son to go clean up his room. That's how he walked back there. I stopped myself from yelling at him, hey, don't just shove it all under the bed. But he just, I stopped and he came back there. He didn't hand it to me. He just leaned it up against the wall and walked back. So I picked it up and played with it a little bit. And that's when I made my decision. And my decision was that I was not going to let him make commission off of me that day. So I left. I got in my truck. I drove across town to another shop. I bought that exact same putter that I would have bought over here, but I actually paid a few more dollars for it there. And so I want to ask y'all this question. How many of you have ever had a customer come in your career center and say to you that they went to this career center in the other town, other county, other area, but they don't want to help me, or they were rude, or they have attitude? Raise your hands. I mean, they're not looking, so you don't have to worry about it. They know. And I don't believe for 1 minute that we have career centers where when a customer walks in, the staff say, wait, we don't want to help people today, or today's Tuesday, so with every resume, you get a little attitude. That's not happening. If that is happening in our state, then this training is worthless. It's not going to do any good for us. So that's what, when we talk about body language and word choice, maybe that is how that person is getting that impression that we don't want to help them, is because of the same way the guy at the golf store. He didn't say anything rude to me. He didn't, he did exactly what I asked him to do, but it was the way he did it. And I think that sometimes that's where we're sending our customers to another county, another town to visit a career center, because of the way that we're doing things. There's a pretty widely accepted rule. You've probably heard this before, that maybe in a different way, that more than 90% of communication is nonverbal. This is says 7% of messages are communicated verbally, 38% nonverbally, and 55% visual or through body language. So the guy at the golf store got 7% right. He said all the right things, but the 38, the nonverbal, and the moping He missed the boat there and sent me to a career center across town. So I'm not going to go through every one of these things because we all know them. And I know that y'all know that this is true, that most of the message is communicated through nonverbal means. If you don't believe me, watch somebody try to make a baby smile. The words don't matter, right? You can say whatever you want to, as long as you're smiling and being real cute. You are just the ugliest baby I ever. Do not try that unless it's with your own baby. Real quickly, we know eye contact. That's the thing that I had a problem with when people came in my office. Open stance, not with your arms crossed or looking like you don't want somebody to be there. A smile, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later. Respect people's personal space. I have a friend he's a really big guy. He's taller than I am. He probably weighs 100 pounds more than me, but he's one of them people that's got to be right up on you when he's talking to you. Y'all know what I'm talking about? And he's my friend, so I feel comfortable saying to him, hey, Mark, that's my toe, and I don't need to smell what you're saying. So back up. In our career centers, our customers are probably not going to be comfortable telling us that. So we need to watch and respect people's personal space. Use controlled hand gestures. We know that the way you move if you're one of those people that talks with your hands, you can completely change the meaning of a sentence. That if I'm open palm, moving my hands, it means something different than if I'm pointing at you like that or slamming my fist in my hand. It completely changes the way that message is received. And then Haley mentioned active listening, but how do you show active listening? Nod. And I see people out here nodding as we're talking. So I know that they're listening. And what are some negative body language? Slouching, and this is a hard one for me, right, Shy? I can slouch down in that chair in my office and you can't even tell I'm there. Crossed arms, fidgeting or looking away, eye rolling, checking your watch or phone. Now I want to ask you this question. When I'm doing an intake with a customer and I'm asking them questions, is it okay for me to just keep looking at my computer? What's your date of birth? What's your address? Or do you want to, or would you prefer to, what's your date of birth? I think you're probably okay either way, depending on your style. For me, it would be kind of weird if every question I ask, if I stop. Everybody is going to have their own way that goes about. What about a lot of our interactions with our customers are when we get to our desk? Does your body language matter once you get to your desk? I see some active listening. Yes, I think it's even more important when you get to your desk, because when you're behind the desk, it signals authority. I'm the person controlling this interaction when I'm behind the desk. And when I was in a career center the other day, and there was a staff with the customer, and she had kind of slid her desk around to the side of the desk, and he had slid around. She had the screen turned where he could see it. I don't know what they were doing, looking at jobs or working on a resume. That customer was fully engaged with her. And I truly believe that he left that career center that day thinking that he got good customer service. Does your body language matter when we're doing virtual services? This is something we do more and more. And I think the answer there is yes. Your posture, being able to see somebody on the screen. This was another one that I struggle with because I have 3 screens and I put my meeting here, but my camera for my laptop is over here. So when I'm on a meeting, people are looking in my ear and it looks like I'm not paying attention, right? So I have been intentional to hook up my external camera so it's in front of me so it looks like I'm looking at my meeting, which I was. I was not paying attention to the meeting. But it looked like I was doing something totally different than what we were supposed to be working on. And then your framing and your lighting is important. We all have been on a meeting where somebody is not aware of that. You're looking up their nose while they're talking, or they look like they're telling a ghost story in front of a. So your framing and your lighting is important because that's what's going to determine how your message is received. How can this person help me find a job if they can't even set up a meet? All right, I'm going to lose some people with this. We used to have an area manager years ago, I did when I was an ES rep, who was just insistent that you smile when you answered the phone. And I didn't bite. But if she saw you, she would say, smile, make them feel like you're happy they called. And so I thought, yeah, I'll smile when I answer the phone as long as you're here. And so a little while later, I was at another customer service class, and there was a consultant that was there, and he said the same thing, except he gave us a homework assignment. You had to go home, use your phone, stand in front of the mirror, and record yourself smiling doing your phone greeting. And then you had to record another one with your I hate my job face. And then you had to find 10 people and let them listen to your 2 recordings, and you had to ask them which one was I smiling in and which one was more warm and welcoming. And I tried real hard, people, to find some people that would say my I hate my job face was more warm and welcoming, but I couldn't. Everybody in that class was 10 out of 10 for that their smile was identified and that their welcome was more friendly in their smile. There's a little bit of science in that, and you can see that there are some studies out there that say you can definitely hear a smile over the telephone or when someone's smiling, and that it changes the way people perceive you, makes you sound more competent and a likable speaker. But the 7% of a message is pretty important too, right? The words that we use. The way we say something is important. I know everybody here has probably been to Chick-fil-A, right? They're going to say my pleasure 11 times, and they're going to use your name when they hand you your stuff. So word choice is very important there. A few tips for how you say something, positive framing, and that's just exactly what you think it is. It's focusing on the positive, the outcome, the potential benefit, the perception of what you're trying to communicate. An example is, I don't know. And Haley mentioned this a while ago, and it is okay to not know something, but I don't know should not be the end of the conversation. That should not be the end of the interaction. Disney has a rule that you cannot leave a customer with I don't know. So there's a better way to say it than just saying I don't know, and proving that you don't know is let me find out for you. Or that's a good question. Let me research that for you. Because after you do that, you're going to be better trained, because then you are going to know and you're not going to have to ask somebody. Another method is use empathy and understanding. When we have customers that come in that they're upset about stuff, right? If you tell them to calm down, that's probably going to have the opposite effect, right? Anytime my wife is upset with me about something like buying a new putter, I tell her to calm down, and then she drives me to urgent care, and that's the way. But acknowledge that their frustrations are not invalid. I understand this is frustrating, or I see how this could be upsetting to you. You don't have to agree with it, but acknowledging their feelings, and it shows that we are doing our job, which is to help people, right? That's our job. Turn a boundary into a bridge. How many times a day could we say we're not the unemployment office? A bunch, right? And we're not the unemployment office. But people come to us because they were told to come to the Career Center. I don't know who they is, but they give a lot of bad information. But when you get back to where you worked, where your Career Center is, in your Google Maps or whatever program you use, type in unemployment office and see where it sends you. It's going to send you right to your desk. And so when we have customers that come to us and they're needing unemployment, that's not a good situation, right? They're needing it because they probably lost their job. And so saying we're not the unemployment office is not helpful. Saying that let me get that contact information for you, or for your convenience, unemployment is handled through call centers or websites. So let me get you that information so that we can take care of you. You're still helping them. You're just doing it in a different way. Shift limitations into possibilities. When you say I can't do something, they quit listening because their mind immediately goes to, well, what am I going to do now? They told me to come here. I never should have trusted they. So, but when you say what you can do for them, they want to hear the rest of it, because then you're telling them what's in it for you. What's in it? What can you do for me? I'm at the end of my rope. So we're still on our mission of helping people. We're just doing it in a different way than maybe exactly what they wanted. And then avoid using jargon. And this is a hard one for us because this is the way we communicate with each other, right? We have a whole fold out brochure with I don't know how many acronyms and whatnot on it. But if you look at that first sentence up there, hey, we all probably know what that means if we work in a career center, right? The DVOP indicated on your IEP that you were interested in an ITA, but your TABE was BSD. So we're going to refer you to AE or a BSR for a possible OJT. You'll spend the next 20 minutes explaining what all those acronyms mean to your customer, or even worse, they're going to walk out the door because they feel too stupid to ask what they mean. Use plain language. It's better. You're not going to have to explain, and you're talking to the customer in their language. So why did we talk about all this? Cliff asked yesterday or Monday, whatever day it was, some people to stand up and ask them, what do you like about your job? And the answer was, we get to help people. And then he asked another group, said, what do you not like about your job? And I don't remember what they said, Cliff. Do you remember? But I can tell you what's the worst part about our job. The worst part about our job is sometimes we have to give disappointing news to our customers. We have to tell them something that they don't want to hear. We know we're not going to make them happy. That's going to, put them in a place where they were hoping that they were coming to us to be. And so delivering that disappointing news is the worst part of our job. But putting all these things together is how we do it and deliver that disappointing news without losing our customers. If you adopt a positive, non-defensive body language, if you're honest, you're clear, and you avoid jargon and don't overpromise, you show Haley's empathy that she talked about earlier. We're going to take ownership and explain why. And we're going to offer alternatives to focus on what we can do and not what we can't do. I'm getting y'all out of here as quick as I can. So a lot of times we have to tell people you're not eligible, or you didn't get that job, or those sorts of things that we know they're not going to want to hear. So rather than just saying you're not eligible, you see that sentence up there. Unfortunately, based on the eligibility requirements, you don't qualify for this program, and explain why. It requires at least 6 months of experience, and you only have 3. And then we're going to offer additional resource. While you're not eligible for this program, we can explore other options such as training or local hiring events, and we're going to acknowledge their feelings. We understand this may not be the news you want to hear, but we'll try to help you in other ways. So I learned a lesson the other day from that group, because the other day I was the last person to go. And I asked the group to share with us some of their good ways that they tell customers these things. All of these things are things that customers said to me. My role now, I'm usually, when I'm talking to a customer, it's about because they're mad about something that we've done. And 9 times out of 10, what we've done is the exact right thing. We followed the guidelines, but their problem is the way we communicated it, or the way it was done. So I know we don't have staff telling a customer that they failed the TABE, but that's what they hear. I know we don't have staff telling people your resume is trash and terrible, but that's what they hear. And so I asked, and I'll ask y'all, I know nobody's going to tell me, because somebody's going to be giving that person a look, you keep your mouth shut, we fixed it. So somebody sent me some good ones, so I'm going to share them with y'all. Then we're gonna do a little body language dance, and then I'll get y'all out of here. I'm lying, there's not gonna be. No. Hey, Wendy was all excited. She thought she was fixing to dance. So a better way to tell somebody that they didn't get the score on the tape, and I thought this one was really good, and that's why I wrote it down. Your test results show that you need some additional preparation before entering the LPN program. The good news is that we have an excellent adult education partner that can help you build those skills. Many of our most successful nursing students started exactly where you are now. Anybody else have a good one? You have a good way that you share with your customers when they didn't quite get the score they needed? Good. Anybody else? Thank you for sharing it, even if somebody beats you up after we get out of here. What about your resume is terrible? Well, I got one. I can see you have great experience to offer employers. Let's work together to present your skills in a way that really highlights your strengths and catches their attention. We see some bad resumes, right? Our customers come in with a resume that they're really proud of. I worked really hard on this. My grandma said it was great. And I have a resume that I saved for a lot of years that had a language section on it. And it said the woman knew English, Pig Latin, and one song in French. So a lot of times they're really proud of the work that they're doing. And sometimes it is disappointing when we have to tell them, you know, maybe this is not as good as your grandma said it was. All right, and the last one, what about somebody that didn't get a job? So you've got a customer that you worked on their resume, they've been looking on Alabama Works, and they finally found that job that requires that you know one song in French, and they didn't get the job. Do anybody have a good way you deliver that disappointing news to someone? All right, here's the one I wrote down. They decided to go with a different candidate this time. I know that's disappointing. Let's talk about what went well in the interview and how we can position you even stronger for the next opportunity. Anybody else have a good one there? All right, Heather, get me to my last slide and we'll do our little dance and get out of here. So what are our key takeaways here for this section? We know body language speaks louder than words. Thoughtful words can de-escalate tension. Our customers feel valued when they're seen, heard, and respected. And when we have to deliver disappointing news, when we do it thoughtfully, we can build long-term trust and create happy customers. Anybody have any questions for me? I get the distinct pleasure of telling y'all that you are done for the day. And we're going to start again tomorrow, bright and early at 8 o'clock.
When our customers come into our career centers and our attitudes are not good and we don't acknowledge them, how do you think they feel? That's why they have an attitude a lot of the time. Because we're doing it. You know what happened yesterday? Let me tell you what my kids did. Or, oh, Haley gets on my nerves. Here she comes again. But you're not acknowledging the people that are coming through your door. So whatever issues you got going on, leave them at the door. Come in your career center with a good attitude or your office with a good attitude. We are not responsible. When I say we, I mean our coworkers are not responsible. Your customers are not responsible for what happened at home. They ain't sleep with you the night before. They didn't talk back to you. That was true that. So don't take it out on them because you're angry and you're upset. Always have a good attitude. So an attitude of customer service excellence involves a proactive approach to problem solving and aiming to exceed customer expectations and build lasting relationships. What does proactive mean? I missed it. Correct. Who said it? Oh, you were looking down, so I was like, I don't know where it came from. I tried. So proactive means doing it beforehand. So get your mind right, get your heart in order, and come to work with a good attitude. Be proactive. How can I serve the citizens today? Without them, there's no you. You have no job. Without you, your supervisor or manager has no job. Why? They don't have anybody to manage. If they don't have anybody to manage and they don't have a job, I don't have a job. Wendy don't have a job. Cliff, Susan, Melissa, they don't have jobs. We don't have a job. Kevin don't have a job because he has nobody to. We need our customers. We need their problems. We need them looking for jobs. We need them wanting resumes. We need our businesses to need places to have a job fair. We need them looking for people. I like my lights, water, food. Listen, my kids play a lot of tournaments. I need to be able to pay to get in the mama gotta have money in her pocket. So let's come to work with a good attitude. Let's aim to exceed what our customers come in for every day. If they're just coming in because they want somebody to say, good morning, what happened to your job? They can walk outside the front door for that. When they come to us, they want a little bit more. They need a little bit more. They should get a lot more. Customer service, good attitude. You should want to serve those people every single day. Think about it now. You could be on the other side of that counter one day. Look how many people we lost in the last year. A lot of really good people that some of us would like to have some of them back. They would love to come back and sit in here, but for reasons beyond our control, they're not here. So you should be smiling every day. Smiling right now. You ought to be nodding, jumping up and down, shaking together, running over, giving me hugs and everything else. Because y'all got jobs. I got a job. We got a job. I got a job. You got a job. We got a job. So you think about it now. There's somebody waiting to get your spot. I guarantee you. Somebody's calling your manager every day. Y'all hiring? Can I come back? Have they said anything yet? They're going to let y'all hire somebody? Can I come back? Think about me now. Don't forget about me. It's hard to forget good people. And unfortunately, we can't bring them back right now. But don't ever get so comfortable in your attitude, especially if it's a bad one, to think that you're irreplaceable. Our customers like to try to make us replaceable. Trust me, when your attitude is bad, they're reporting it to anybody and everybody who will listen. Please don't think that they sit back quiet when they storm out your office. They're calling a manager of another career center. They're calling an area manager. They're calling Kevin. They're going to the governor, the legislature, and anybody else they feel can do something about it. Keep your attitude good. It doesn't hurt, got less muscles to smile than it does to frown. You like to be smiled at. I like to smile. Y'all saw my picture. I like all 32 of mine. I paid for one to be straight. So let me keep smiling so y'all keep smiling and keep your customers smiling. You want your customers to come back looking for you. Trust me, that's a pat on the back. That's a nod because it means you had a good attitude and you provided excellent customer service. You want them coming back. Not necessarily you want them to keep coming back looking for a job, but they send people or they will come back and they say, Miss Haley, you remember me? Most of the time I remember my people. And I'll say, yeah, I remember you. Or if I see them in Walmart or wherever, you helped me and I appreciate you. I told my son to come looking for you, but they said you ain't at Montgomery no more. No, I'm not. But if you tell him to come so-and-so, I'll make sure he gets the help he needs. Building lasting relationships. I want people to remember that I care and I help them. Not that they came in and I acted like they got on my nerves and I shoved them off to the next person and put them out the door. So I could go back to playing a game, doing a crossword puzzle, gossiping with my friends, or watching a video. Anything other than what I get paid to do. Everybody wants to provide the need and most of the wants. They can't hear me. They can't hear me. Gotcha.
We're gonna work this out. I try to talk a little bit louder because I know I tend to do this a lot. So I apologize. Love y'all. So what is empathy? You're gonna hear me say that word a lot because it's all throughout my presentation. Because it's all a part of good customer service and an attitude of good customer service. So that was a question for Candy. What is empathy?
Empathy.
Go ahead.
Empathy is your ability to put yourself in someone else's shoes.
Yes. That's exactly what empathy is. So put yourself in your customer's shoes. How would you feel? If you walked through the door, I ignored you. Then when I did acknowledge you, I acted like you were getting on my nerves. Because I got better things I could be doing. Like going to get me a Diet Dr. Pepper and a Snicker bar. And you interrupted my walk down the hallway. You think about it. You felt that way before? Like somebody, like, no, not about your customers. But you walked in somewhere and somebody treated you that way. We have felt that before. That is not a good feeling. They had a bad attitude about doing their job. So like Cliff said, you don't want to be there. You don't want to serve the people. Take leave. Or go find you something else to do. Something that's more suited for you. There's lots of jobs out there. This one takes special people, special hearts, and hearts for wanting to work with people. That's what we do. You chose it, so do it. I don't think anybody has a gun on anybody. It may seem a little harsh, and I may step on a few toes, but that's okay. It's okay. Truth hurts. But if our attitudes aren't good, we're doing a big disservice to our customers. Remain calm and friendly when you're helping your customers. Don't be anxious. Don't get upset. Don't get mad because they're taking too long to get it out. Help them. Ask questions. Part of our job. We got to fill out forms anyway. We got to put information in the system. So you might as well talk and make conversation so you can figure out how to better serve them with a great attitude. Yeah. Right? I want to be served with a good attitude. Now, I don't want anybody acting like I'm bothering them. I might be bothering y'all, but y'all ain't got no choice right now. Y'all gonna be all right. But I still love you. I'm still glad to be up here, and I'm glad to provide a little bit of sunshine. Notice all my yellow? Okay, here we go. So we're gonna better understand the direct connection between your own experiences with good and bad customer service and how those experiences mirror the emotions felt by the customers that you serve. So you have received bad customer service. What did it look like? I'm not a teacher, so just somebody tell me. Is that what you experienced? Yes, ma'am.
Somebody speaking to me sideways when I'm spending my money.
She said,
I said somebody
okay,
speaking to me sideways when I'm spending my money.
that's right, you have options. But our customers don't always have options. A lot of times we're all they have. We're the closest center to them. So give them good customer service with a good attitude. Go above and beyond for them because we want somebody to go above and beyond for us. Next slide. You received good customer service. What did it look like when you received good customer service? And if you have a quick story, then y'all, I met Monica today, and she has been so funny the entire time. That's why she knows why I told her to put her hand down, though. I wasn't being mean, and I wasn't giving her bad customer service. She knows exactly why I told her to put her hand down. But I still love Monica. So, when you received good customer service, what did it look like? What was your experience? What happened? What was the interaction? Yes, ma'am.
I felt seen. I felt heard. If the situation that I was running to get resolved was resolved, I felt better. This situation is better than that. Answer.
So we know what good customer service looks like. So why don't we provide it all the time? Why don't we let somebody be on the receiving end of good customer service all the time? So think about this. You don't have to answer, because it might not go over too well. Would you want you to serve you all the time? Stop, 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 stop. I don't always want me to serve me. So I know you don't always want you to serve you. However, think about, oh, that Miss Shirley, you always want you to serve you? Well, good. Now, when I make a trip and I ask your area manager, can I come? Then when I come to Monroeville, listen, this is your area manager. She don't say what she wants to say about it. No, I'm just playing. No, I'm just playing. No, but I know that, most of the time, everybody in here has a good attitude. And everybody in here would want to serve themselves. But what we honestly have to think about is, can we self-reflect? You know when you're helping a customer and you need a timeout, take it. Don't walk away for 5 minutes. Don't walk away for 3 minutes. It shouldn't take you but a couple of breaths to calm your little self down and finish helping your customer. They're going to say things to push our buttons. They're going to do things to push our buttons. But I'm telling you, if you keep a positive attitude and you don't meet them with the same energy, it's going to get better a lot quicker. I've seen it happen. I have seen it happen. I have interacted with people like that. And I'm talking behind a closed door. But I'm not afraid of people, because I understand and I have put myself in their shoes, because I get frustrated. And I know how I feel when I want something right then. This child is 12. My youngest is 7. Trust me, my gangster gets tested all the time. So I know. When I say go clean your room, I walk away and come back and you still sit down. I do like they do, bruh. What you doing? I'ma do it, mama, I'ma do it. You ain't started, but I want to finish. It's not what I asked you. I didn't say when you finish doing what you want to do. I said now, so I can go do what I want to do. That's how our customers feel. I want a job. I want a job now. Now, no, we don't pass them out. We can't hand them one, but we can be courteous enough to do what we get paid to do, which is arm them with tools to go and find a job. Let them know what's available. Let them know when an employer is coming in our building. Let them know when there's a job fair down the street. Let them know, hey, let me look at your resume. Let me give you a good resume to take to people. Follow up with your customers. Part of your job. May not like it, may not want to do it. And nobody is more severely understaffed than my area. So I know that if they're doing it because they have good attitudes and they want to do it, when they became severely understaffed, you know what they were worried about? How am I going to do job fairs? I want to be able to do them. How am I going to have partner meetings? I still want to do that. We got a lot of customers coming in. How can we make it work? This is one of my managers said to me, what are your words of wisdom to help us? I got offices with only 2 people in there. One, the manager and the BS. You think about it. My manager is doing triple and quadruple duty. She's doing her work, the work of the ES rep. She's case managing. She's working the front counter. I walk in their offices, they're at the front counter all day, but they don't complain. They smile all the time, all the time. And I'm pretty sure in their heads are not a smile. But it's okay, because I understand their frustration. And I do everything I can to help them. And I come back to Kevin every month and I say, my area is still severely understaffed. Can I get some ASA to at least take my managers off the front? I haven't got one yet, but that's not Kevin's fault. He can't help the budget, but at least I'm trying. And he's trying for our staff, because I don't want them to suffer in silence. They're being heard, but when I tell y'all their attitudes, in my book, are the best in the state. So Region 6, love y'all. So back to empathy. Understand your customer situation. Don't say, well, I got mine, you need to get yours. I have a job, or I have a high school diploma, I got a college degree. Who cares? They're not in there to hear your story, but they want you to hear theirs. Help them. Put yourself in their shoes and understand and recognize when they just want a quick answer. If that's what they want, give it to them. Don't try to save them. They're not a page in your book of, look what I did. Give them what they came for. Listen to them. Next slide. Understand your customer's expectations and see things from their perspective. Step on the other side of the desk and look at the world. You'll see what they feel. You'll see what they see, and you might not be so angry with them. Learn from feedback and mistakes. If they give you a bad survey, read it, consider it. And if enough people say the same thing, get you a mirror, honey. Love yourself, but work on yourself. And get your attitude together. We want our customers to be excited about coming in. And we want them to have someone to come in. Without them, we don't have jobs. You don't have a job. Your manager don't have a job. Your manager don't have a job. Your area manager don't have a job. Your area manager doesn't have a job. Kevin doesn't have a job. So see, full circle. And it works its way back down. So think about it now. We're all in this together. We're like a big old chain. I break, you break. I don't want to break. Not right now. I got a few more years. So let's work on this together. Communication. Father, is one of the biggest downfalls of people. It's a big downfall among staff anywhere when you don't communicate with each other clearly and precisely. Don't make assumptions. Don't guess at the answer. Now, some will disagree with me. However, I say, because this is my 30 minutes, that it's okay to say, I don't know, but let me get you the answer. Or I don't want to tell you wrong, so let me ask somebody. It's better than blowing smoke. Because you know what they're going to hear when you blow smoke? A promise that you didn't make. You said you were going to do this. You said this was the answer. You said if I did this. Get them the right answer. Don't rush them out of your office. Take a second, ask your coworker, call somebody, send an email. I've done it several times. I'll call somebody that I know knows the answer, especially in unemployment. But I never call my friend's name when I call. I call, and when they pick up, I say, hey, how you doing? This is Haley. I got a customer here, and here's their question. Can you direct me? That way my customer does not know that that's my friend, because I don't want them going looking for my friend and then come back beating me for it. But I get them an answer any way I can. But I get them the right answer, an accurate answer. Because nobody wants to be told just anything to get them out the door. That's a bad attitude. Because you're rushing people. When you respond to people, respond with respect. It's okay. It's okay to give people respect that walk into our office. They're not beneath us. They are us. They're community. We're their community. Help them. It's okay. And it's okay to do it with a smile. They're hot, offer them a bottle of water. It's okay. Just because they come in, they walked in and they're sweating, doesn't mean they got a disease that you're going to catch by looking at them. Stop treating people like they're beneath us. Although I know nobody in this room does that, but we have felt that before. I have felt that before. And it's not good. It's not a good feeling. Now, that I always hold my composure? No. Why? Because I'm human. I have been met with sometimes the same energy and sometimes with somebody who diffused the situation. I appreciate them. I learned from them. Be patient. Cliff and Melissa talked about being patient. You'll see a lot of common themes throughout today and tomorrow. Be patient with people. We want people to be patient with us while we're filling in Alabama Works, while we're helping another customer. Then I got to try to run over here and help you. Then somebody else is coming in the door and my phone is ringing. Be patient with people. They're patient with you every day, even when they don't want to be. But they know you're the one who can help them. So some people understand that what you catch more bees with honey, flies with honey. There you go. They understand that. So they'll wait for you. But don't make them wait in vain. If they're going to wait, give them something to wait for. And communicate with them about it. Be tolerant with your customers. I don't care what they look like, whether it's a man, a woman, or you can't figure it out. Be patient with them. It doesn't matter that you don't believe the same thing they believe. Who cares? You're getting paid to offer a service, not to judge people. Offer your service and keep it moving. Color doesn't matter. Hair doesn't matter. It doesn't define people. It doesn't mean they can't do the work, does it? Because if somebody said to me, you got 2-strand twists, what can you do? I'd be like, well, baby, you don't like my twist? It's fine. Yeah. And I'm not talking about my customers, I'm talking about people on the street. Don't treat your customers like they're different because they look different. Their style is different. They still deserve good customer service. They still deserve it with a smile. They still deserve to receive the service that we offer, that we get paid to give them. We're going to get that one day. We get paid to work. So we got to work. Yeah. People first attitude is what? Y'all have it? I know you do. What's the people first attitude? And Kelisha, put their needs above ours. That's what they're coming in for. So when they come in, stop and put them first. Let them know, I'm here to help you. Tell me what you need. I will help you develop a path to get there. Simple. Now, are customers cookie cutter? No. Is your approach going to be cookie cutter? No. Because each customer that we serve is an individual. Meet them where they are. Help them from that point based on their situation. Not yours, not the customer before them, not the customer that's going to come after them. Individual. Go the extra mile. Remember, just like you read cues verbally and non-verbally, so do they. They do too. And they're a lot better at it. You know why? Because when you're frustrated or you've had a hard time in life, you tend to recognize a little bit more when people really want to help you, just like kids do. Kids know when somebody's not safe. They know when somebody doesn't really care. You can tell it in the effort that they put forth. I see it in my kids. When my oldest was 9, the coach he had at the time, he only wanted to develop certain kids. But the very next coach that my son had developed everybody. And he's still one of his coaches today in middle school. But when he changed coaches, it was like a totally different kid out there on the field. You see that because you know who cares. Our customers see that, they know who cares. And when they learn that you care, you may be the only name they remember. And they're going to keep coming for you. So be ready. But be excited about it. It's a good deed. You should feel good when you go to bed at night that you went to work and you helped somebody with a good attitude. And when they compliment you on your attitude, thank you goes a long way. I was in the bank and I heard somebody say, no problem. But sometimes that may make your customer think that you coming in was a problem. Once I started helping you, you're not a problem anymore. I heard the teller say that to the manager, that's why he doesn't say no problem, because he don't want his customers to think that. Sometimes there's better way to say things. And when you think about it, it's like, that makes sense. But he used good customer service and a good customer service attitude to try to come up with different ways to say things. and do things. Tailor your approach. That's what that that's what that bottom left square talks about. Tailoring your approach. Maintain, show, and remain. Be friendly, be genuine, and remain calm while you do it. It's easy, it's simple. Takes a lot less muscles in your body, trust me. And you're worn out anyway. Take the easy way out. But while you're doing it, do it with a smile. Be excited. You can keep going at it. Like I said, there's a lot of redundant features in mine because they are important. So I want to drill them in you, drive them home so that you dream about it tonight. When you come back in the morning for your Nutri-Grain bar and your water, this is what you're going to think about. What's the next one? Be knowledgeable and resourceful. Know what we do. Know what services we offer. You have heard somebody talking about what we offer and don't have a clue. They don't know. Why? Because they are there to collect a paycheck and go home. So they didn't try to learn it. They're trying to learn the bare minimum to offer. But if you learn what we do and what everybody around you does, you're better able to help people because you're knowledgeable about the services that you get paid to offer. Be resourceful. Make yourself a book or jot a note down of who offers what in your community. Because I think was it Cliff? Did you talk about, or was it Melissa? One of y'all said about being the mother, the father. That was you, right? Brother, sister. Well, you got to be a doctor. You got to be a lawyer. You got to be the godmother. You got to be everything. You need to be the person who shows them how to get groceries, how to get diapers for the baby, how to get interview clothes and everything. So it helps to have those resources at your fingertips and know to tell them where to go, what times those places are open, where those places are located, telephone numbers to give them for those people. We've had to ask for something before. You walk in the store and you don't see what you're looking for. What do? Find an associate and you ask them. Sometimes they're extremely helpful. They tell you where it is and they walk you to it. Sometimes they just tell you where it is, or sometimes they say, I don't know. Hey, help her. I could have done that. So don't be that person for your customers. Be the person that says, here's who you can call. Here's when they're open. Here's where they're located. Here's their phone number. I'm not going to tell you to drive them there. It's not safe. But you can tell them how to bus from. You can give them the map because you're resourceful and you're knowledgeable and you're excited about what you do. Next slide. Respect and accountability. Y'all know what respect is. You know to give it to get it. Accountability. Be accountable for what you do every day. Be accountable for your own attitude. Your attitude is not his fault. Your attitude is your fault. Nobody can control your attitude but you. And if you claim it's somebody else's fault, then that means they are controlling you like a little puppet. So don't blame your attitude on somebody else. Check it. Check your attitude. And then come back smiling, ready to work, and ready to serve. So that your customers keep coming in. You keep your job, your manager keeps theirs, and I keep mine, and Kevin keeps his. I'm going to keep coming back to it till y'all get it. Y'all understand? This is a ripple effect. We like dominoes. They fall, you fall, I fall, we all fall. I like standing up. I like gifts under my Christmas tree. And I like a turkey at Thanksgiving. And I like that my birthday falls right after Valentine's, okay? Next slide. Never stop learning. Never stop wanting to improve. That's why we brought y'all here. A lot of what we said, you probably know. Some of you needed a refresher. Some of you didn't know, but you're not going to admit it. And that's okay. But you can't walk out of here and say you don't know, because now you know. I gave it to you. I gave you how to have a good attitude, how to smile. I even did it with candy. A couple of balls. Melissa showed y'all how to grow a garden. She planted your career center. Cliff told you how to run it. And I told you how to do it with a smile. We'll see what y'all get next. I'm done. Y'all got any questions?
Good afternoon, and I'm glad to see that you all had a good trip down here. But more than that, I am very glad to see that you were able to make that long walk without the bus. I'm sorry some of you waited a while and it didn't show up, but we're glad you're here. And we do hope that you will take the things that we are sharing with you today and you can apply them. Everything may not apply to you, but hopefully there'll be something in one or more of the presentations that will resonate with you. And we are going to try to use the clicker, but I think it is a little bit on delay. So if we have problems with it, Heather's going to help me advance the slides. But my presentation that I'm going to talk to you about is exceeding expectations. And we're going to talk about lessons that we can learn from a garden. And you may think, wow, that's kind of an odd topic or kind of an odd comparison. But how many of you in here have ever raised a garden, whether it's a vegetable garden, a flower garden, or whatever? How many of you absolutely loved the time you spent in that garden? It refreshes you, doesn't it? It makes you proud of what you've accomplished, because we all know that cultivating a garden is an art, right? So as I grew up, my family had a 1-acre garden, and my mother had 4 siblings. So our family and her 4 siblings and my grandmother and my great aunts, there were probably about 30 of us, worked in that garden every single day. But we loved it and we learned so much from it. So at the end of the summer, when we started gathering all that food, and that's what we would think, we all like to eat. So we would be so excited when we would get to shell those butter beans or break those green beans or shuck that corn. But then we would work together and we would put that stuff up. We would freeze it or we would can it. And I don't know if y'all have ever had your grandmother's dill pickles, but if you have, I'm sure we all agree that there are no dill pickles that are sold in the store that compare to grandma's dill pickles. I still remember the taste of those dill pickles. But one of the things that my family did, we'd all come together, we'd spend a week together, all the cousins, aunts, and uncles, and we'd work. But we would sleep on pallets on a hard floor at night as a kid. I can't do that now as an adult, but we did it as a kid and we loved it. And my grandmother had a house that had 3 bedrooms and 1 bath. And can you imagine all those people trying to use 1 bathroom? It was not a pretty sight. But we had a little radio station, a little local radio station that would take requests. And my aunt loved this song called Bony Fingers. And every time we would get together working, she'd call the radio station and request that song be played because, we were all in there working our fingers to the bone. So have any of y'all ever heard that song before? Some of y'all know what I'm talking about? Haley? So after years and years of working that garden, that song is forever etched in my mind. And every once in a while, I think about it. And sometimes as we're working in the career centers, don't we think we're working our fingers to the bone and all we've got is bony fingers? We don't have a lot to show for it. But you know what? We change lives and we change lives every day. So right now, I think you should all give yourself a big hand of applause because you deserve it. I'm going to let Heather do this because I think it's going to take a lot longer if we do it from here. So if you'll look in this picture up here, you will see there is a beautiful flower garden. Somebody has taken the time to plant the seeds, to cultivate the land. They've even dug a drainage ditch so that the roots of the plants don't have water standing on them, because we know plants need water, but too much will rot the root and then the plant won't survive. You will also notice that there's not weeds growing in that flower garden. Those plants are standing straight up. They're in a straight line. So somebody has really spent a lot of time working with that, and that is really called cultivation. And in order to have a beautiful garden, whether it's a flower garden, an herb garden, a vegetable garden, or even an orchard, you have to spend a lot of time cultivating it. And there is an art to gardening, much like there is an art to customer service. And in order to exceed our customers' expectations, we've got to cultivate our staff and we've got to cultivate our career centers. And the main thing that I want to talk about today is how we do that, because Our customers are our coworkers and they're our management team, just like the people coming in the front door. So I think it's important that we build strong relationships and we have excellent teamwork within our career centers. I believe that that is the foundation to customer service. So that's what I really want to focus on today. How do we cultivate strong career centers and how do we cultivate our staff? Because I believe that those cultivation is just something that we cannot overlook. It's very important to being successful and consistently exceeding those expectations. So great customer service you're going to see on my slides, it's going to say customer service, but again, I am talking about the relationship within the career centers, but again, those are our customers as well. So there are 3 things that you have to have a beautiful, successful garden, and you have to have these 3 things for your career centers to be what they need to be. So the first thing that we're going to talk about is patience. You know, when you plant the garden, you have to do a lot before you see the seeds even coming up into a plant. And then it takes a while for that plant to produce either a flower or a vegetable or whatever you're growing. Well, it's much like in the career centers. You know, a lot of people don't walk through that front door knowing how to deal with our customers because some of our customers are not the easiest to deal with, right? We have some customers that have some of the toughest barriers to deal with. So the first thing we need to do in the career center is set some reasonable expectations. We need to know kind of what our limits are. Sometimes our customers or clients need things that we can't necessarily provide for them, right? Just like our coworkers. Sometimes we need to go the extra mile and help our coworkers when they're struggling with things. So we need to have patience with our coworkers. But the main thing that I want to focus on are the triggers and the things that make us lose our patience. How many of you never lose your patience over anything? See, there's not a person in here who raised their hand. And I won't tell you what coworkers do that make me lose my patience, but I will tell you what my sweet, loving husband does. For some reason, and I love this man, we will go shopping. I don't care if it's 40 below, excuse me, if it's 105, if it's raining, sleeting, or snowing, that man is going to drive around the parking lot for 5 minutes, and he is going to find the furthest parking space, whether I'm getting grocery, it doesn't matter. And I look at him like, what are you doing? And he's like, well, I'm finding the perfect parking place. Put me out at the front door and you can go park wherever you want to. So that really gets on my nerves. And you would think we've been married almost 20 years and we have this conversation every time we go shopping. You would think it would sink in, but it doesn't. So I've just decided that's who he is. And I just have to learn what that trigger is. And I know it's coming. So I have to learn how to deal with it. So isn't it kind of the same way in the career center? As a manager, there are certain staff that do certain things. That is a trigger. Maybe they are an underperforming employee and you've done everything you feel like you can do. But when the time comes, they're going to do something that's going to make you a little bit upset, right? Same thing with just a coworker. Maybe it's somebody that's not a manager, but they continue to do things that gets on your nerves. Like maybe they talk about the same thing over and over and over again. Or maybe they are critical of something all the time. They're never happy. And that gets on your nerves. So we have to learn what our triggers are. And everybody's triggers are different. And once we learn what those triggers are, we have to learn how to deal with them. And there are lots of ways that we can deal with them. We can step away from the situation for a moment. You know, if you have an office, you can go back to your office and take a few deep breaths. And maybe try to put yourself in their situation for just a few moments, but just get away from it. Because, you know, once you lose your temper and you say something, you can never take it back. You can apologize, but that person is always going to remember how you acted. So let's try to be more patient with each other. Also, if you will listen to your bodies will tell you when you're about to be stressed. They'll tell you when that coworker's about to bring you to your boiling point because you're going to get red, probably, or your breathing's going to change, or your heart rate's going to change, or something. We all know when we're about to get mad. So if you start noticing those symptoms from your body, listen to it and step away from the situation, because patience is really, really an important thing. What about care? You know, we need to care for each other. And throughout my presentation and some of the other presentations, you're going to hear about caring for your other coworkers. But what I want you to focus on is caring for yourself. You know, because if you don't care for yourself, you can't really care for other people effectively, right? So when we talk about caring for ourselves, what are we talking about? You know, I want us to think not only physically, but mentally as well. Physically, it's good if we can eat the right foods, if we can get some exercise. And I know several people walk while they're at work. When they take their break or their lunch, they go walk around the outside of the building, or some people have a space inside that they can walk in. And that's very good because it helps reduce that stress and all this stuff that's building up in you. But remember, I was talking about how we deal with some of the hardest to deal clients. Some of them have situations that we carry with us, don't we? I mean, we want to help, but sometimes the help is out of our reach. We can refer them to an agency or an organization that can help them. But sometimes, you know, when they're looking for a job and they think they're ready to go to work, they're not always ready to go to work, are they? They've got to take care of several barriers before then. So we tend to take that with us. So what I want to encourage you to do is be aware of your coworkers. And if you see that they're building up some of that tension and stress, see what you can do to help alleviate it. Try to alleviate it yourself. You know, talk to your manager. Managers have an open door policy where they can come in and talk with you. And we also have the EAP system. I don't know if any of y'all have used that before or not, but that would also be a resource for you. But it's very important that we take care of ourselves physically and mentally. And then consistency. How many of you ever think that consistency really matters? Do you think, if you think it does, raise your hand. Very good. It does matter because we all like to be treated the same way all the time, right? We don't want our managers showing favoritism to anybody, and we don't even want our coworkers showing favoritism to some coworkers and not everybody else. We should treat everybody the same. If you were consistent in the way you do your work and you're consistent in the way you treat everybody, guess what? Your team is going to be a lot stronger because you're going to trust each other, because you're going to know pretty much how that person is going to respond to every situation that comes up because they're consistent in what they do. What about coming to work every day and coming to work on time? Now, I know that we have staff that think, you know, we got the 7-minute window, but we don't. eStart has a 7-minute window, but we have specific rules that say we have to be at our desk ready to go to work whenever your career center opens, if that's 7:30, 7:45, or 8. If you are in management, whether you are a senior manager or ES manager, supervisor, or even a unit supervisor, your coworkers are looking at you. They're looking at you as their example. And if you can't get to work on time, you can't really enforce that they get to work on time, can you? So what happens if everybody in your office decides, oh, well, I'll just be late today? What would happen if one of your area managers walked in and everybody was late? That probably wouldn't go over too good, would it? So keep that in mind, showing up and showing up on time. What about treating everybody with the same kind of respect? You know, our career centers are diverse. We have different races, different sexes. We have people that have different religious beliefs, different political beliefs. And it doesn't really matter what you believe as far as your ability to do your job. And that's what we need to focus on. You may be different, but that's okay. I'm not going to exclude you because I don't like something about you that you can't change. I'm going to love and respect you as a human being and a person. And we're going to work together and we're going to use that diversity to make our team stronger. That's the attitude that we should have. What about following work rules? You know, we should never have the attitude that those rules apply to you, but they don't me because I'm special because the boss likes me better than he does you because I do a better job than you do. That's not being a team player. You know, it may be true. Some people may like you better than other people, but that is irrelevant. We don't have to buddy with everybody and hang with everybody after work, but we do need to work together as a team and respect each other. What about having a good attitude? And I'm not saying right now, because I don't want to offend anybody, but have you ever in your lifetime worked with somebody that had a bad attitude? Yeah. So that makes it difficult to pull a team together, doesn't it? And, you know, as a manager, if I'm interviewing people, especially for promotions, that's one thing I want to know is what your attitude is like. You may have the best skill set there ever was and the worst attitude. But Mary over here may have the best attitude ever and not so good a work skill set. But you know what? I can train Mary her skill set. But I can't train you your attitude. Your attitude is totally up to you. You know, you're the one that determines how you're going to act every day. And if you have a bad attitude, almost everybody knows that you do. And you know what? They don't want to deal with you. So do you like dealing with anybody that has a bad attitude? It's hard to accomplish things, isn't it? Because everything has got to be all about them. It's got to be their way or it's not right. And, you know, that's not always true. There are other people who have just as good of an idea as we do, and we've got to learn to work together. So what I want to encourage you to do is just come in every day and do the best job that you can do. You're paid to work 8 hours a day, and that's what you need to do is give it your best every single day. So again, like gardening, if we stay consistent, we're patient, and we care, we're going to grow a beautiful garden. We're going to grow a great career center. Isn't that what everybody in here wants, is a great career center? How many of you in here want to work every day for a career center that is constantly complained about? Or, you know, we don't even have customers anymore. We don't have employers who want to work with us. Is there anybody in here who wants to deal with that? No, me either. And I can tell you as an area manager, we are thrilled when we go out in the community and we hear, you know, this person or this career center did this and did that, and it was wonderful. We enjoy that so much. And we don't like it when they say bad things about our career centers or our people. We want to take up for our people. So let's get out there and do the best that we can so that we can get these good reviews. So in that picture there, you can see that that plant is being watered. Well, gardening and developing staff and career centers both involve nurturing growth. And this morning when I walked by Barbara's office, she had a picture in there that had a saying on it. And I said, oh, Barbara, I'm going to steal that because that goes great with my presentation. And it says growth looks different for everyone. And isn't that true? Because we all have different areas that we can grow in. So in gardening, the first thing that you start out with is preparing the soil. You have to make sure that you till it so that it's soft. And then you want to make sure that you fertilize it and that you get it ready for the next step. So how do we start preparing our career centers? Well, that is laying the foundation. So let's talk about how we can lay a good foundation. Training is one of the #1 things. Did you know that a staff person that is trained and they feel like they know their job and they're confident because they're constantly trained and retrained, they feel confident and they are not scared to wait on clients. In fact, they encourage clients to come in so that they can show them, you know, how they can help them, and they're proud of what they know. Did you know that we can also retain staff more when they're trained, or they feel like they're trained for their jobs and correctly trained? Also, work performance goes up because everybody knows what's expected. They know what we need to do to capture performance, which looks good to our local boards and our state boards. Also, the work process is more uniformed, and that makes it easy for managers to check it. You know, we're making sure we put all of our client notes in and so forth and so on. And to me, the biggest thing is just the staff confidence, because you can tell When you go into a career center and somebody helps you, you can tell if that staff is really trained or not. And I assure you, the clients that we serve, the employers that we serve, they can tell that as well. What about creating positivity? We all want a positive environment in our career center, right? And there are people in every career center, because I hear the area managers talk about it when we come up here, who are so creative. It just blows my mind. And when you put all that creativity together, just think about how we can think outside the box. And right now, that's kind of where we're at, because everybody thinks they can do our job better than we can do it, right? But who's the experts? We are. And I don't think there's anybody that can do the job better than we can. And we just need to let everybody know that. So yeah, Wendy, good. We are the experts. So let's embrace creativity. Let's think outside the box. There's, as my grandmother would say, there's more than one way to skin a cat, and there is. Let's focus on strengths with our staff. You know, our staff is kind of like a puzzle. You got all these different pieces that fits together, and some people have strengths in this area and some people have weaknesses in that area. So as managers, let's try to figure out where the strengths and weaknesses are, and let's put it together so that all the pieces fit like they should, and we work like a well-oiled machine. And let's make sure that we are establishing clear channels of communication, because as a manager, an area manager, if I don't clearly let my managers know what's expected, the changes that are coming up, then they're not going to be able to inform staff correctly. And it's kind of like that project that people do where somebody starts whispering in the ear, and by the time it gets back, it's all different. Well, that's kind of what it looks like. It gets jumbled if the communications are not clear. So I want to encourage all of us as managers to make sure that we're giving clear communications so that everybody's on the same page and we know what's expected. It makes our job easier. Nobody likes having instructions that are not clear, because that wastes your time, really, because 9 times out of 10, you have to end up redoing that. Okay, and let's talk about respect in the workplace. What does that look like? Well, it is showing consideration for other people's feelings, viewpoints, and differences. And that's kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier. You know, our viewpoints are not always correct. Part of it may be, part of somebody else's may be. None of them may be, you know, because there's a lot of it is just opinion. So we need to learn to be able to let people express their opinions. And if we don't like it, we just keep it to ourselves. At the end of the day, what does it really matter? You know? One thing that we can do to show respect is to be mindful of our staff's time. You know, some staff are busy sometimes, and you have somebody who's not busy or who should be busy, but have decided they want to go talk, and they stand over there and they talk to an employee while they're trying to do their work. Or maybe you walk into the manager's office and you keep talking to the manager, but they're really busy. So be mindful of staff's time. Listen actively when others speak. Let them finish their sentence. Don't be sitting there thinking, oh, how am I going to respond to that? And then you cut them off and they never even get to finish saying what they're saying. You know, what they're saying may really be important. It might solve the world's problems. You never know, because you didn't listen. So you don't know. And then support team decisions. You know, sometimes we come together as a team and we make decisions, and we don't share that well. Or if we do share it, then you've got somebody who doesn't like that decision. And so they go and they start gossiping and they start complaining. They can't accept the fact that their ideas are not always the best. We need to learn that we are adults and our ideas are not always going to be the best. And we need to give other people opportunities to have some say-so in what might be best for the entire team. And we just need to learn, sometimes we just have to agree to disagree, but we have to do what's best for the team overall. And then give others credit when credit is due. You know, if somebody has prepared a project and they've done really well, acknowledge that. You know, managers, when you have your staff meeting, acknowledge what staff has done that's been really well. And the same goes the other way. As staff, if you see your manager do something, go up and tell them that they've done a great job and you appreciate them. It goes both ways. And we definitely need to let each other know that we appreciate what we're doing. How does teamwork benefit our career centers? Sometimes you have a career center manager who tries to do everything without involving the team. But if you will listen to your team, you're going to hear all kinds of ideas because the team together has had different experiences. Most of the people that come to work at the Career Center have worked other places. A lot of people have been in the school system and taught for years. So if you put together some of the experiences that they have, sometimes that will help the entire project or program or whatever we're working on. It will improve it. So we need to listen to other people's ideas. Our ideas are not always the best. And it also helps solve problems because we can brainstorm and we can learn from problems that other people have had and how they solve them. And sometimes you'll be surprised at what works and what doesn't work. And it also promotes learning and development because we can learn from each other. And if we're learning, then we are developing our career centers and we are developing our staff. And that is what we want to do. Okay, Heather. So our next step then in the process would be planting the seed, building customer relationships. And so let's look at how we can build some stronger relationships in the career centers. Next. So when we plant seeds of connection with every customer, and this would be really we would be talking about with our staff, then we help connect as a team. So how are we going to do that? Well, the 3 ways up there, through kindness, empathy, and active listening. How do we connect? Through kindness. I mean, everybody knows how to be kind, right? That's true, we should. But as a manager, have you ever tried leading by example? Having a servant attitude. And now we're seeing that more in the career centers because more and more the managers are having to do the work of an ES representative because we're short-staffed in a lot of cases. I've seen managers work in the front counters. I've seen them work in the resource room, job fairs, whatever they needed to do. And if we're willing to do that, I guarantee our team's willing to step up and do more. Sometimes we hear that's not in my job description. You're probably not going to hear that as much if you have that servant attitude because they're going to respect you and they're going to follow your leadership. I truly believe that the attitude of an office comes from the management down. If you have a positive attitude and you're willing to work, I believe your staff will do that as well. Encouraging open communication. They need to feel free to express their thoughts, their concerns, and their ideas without fear of judgment or retaliation. If you don't have an open door policy and you're not willing to let staff just come in and talk to you, there's probably things going on in your career center that you don't know about that you probably do need to know about. If you have an open door policy and you listen to people and you're fair and you do it without judging, you're going to know what's going on in that career center and your staff's going to pull together and they're going to help you. They're going to make you look good because we don't just represent ourselves. We are representing our career center. We're representing our manager, our area manager, the state of Alabama, and even as far as the governor of Alabama, because we are a state agency and people look at us that way. They don't usually just say this person's name. They say the career centers or the state because we're a government agency. And as a supervisor or a manager, try mentoring your staff, coach your staff. Don't micromanage, but train them, help them develop, help them grow. When you do their appraisals, talk to them and ask them what their goals are. If they aspire to be a manager one day, work with them, help them, encourage them. When you do that 6-month appraisal, critique them, be honest with them. If there are things that they need to work on, you need to be honest with them. You don't need to give everybody a 35 just to make them happy. You need to be honest because when we look at promoting people, we take those last 3 appraisals and we get an average score. And it's not really fair to promote somebody just because they've been here a long time and they have a higher score when you've got somebody that's not been here as long, but they're much more productive than the person that has, but maybe their score is a little bit lower. So you need to think about that. And I think your staff wants you to be honest with them. If there are things that they need to do to improve, I think that they want to know that. Am I right? Raise your hand as a staff person if you really want a fair evaluation so that you know where you need to improve. Okay. Showing empathy also involves encouraging professional development. You need to offer help to the staff, especially when they're overwhelmed. You need to make sure that the workload is balanced every day. You don't need to have one person in your office that's carrying 90% of the load, or even 40% and everybody else is carrying 10. You need to make sure you balance that workload out. And try to involve your whole staff when you're making decisions that involve the entire staff or that affect the entire staff. Get some input. And what about active listening? Active listening is probably one of the most important things, because I think this is where your staff make a decision of whether you really care about them or not. Because when they come and talk to you, they want you to put your cell phone away and not look at your computer. They want you to look them eye to eye and be honest with them and talk to them, because they've got a problem. They need your help. They don't want judgment. They just want you to listen and provide them some guidance. And they want honesty. Everybody, I think, truly wants honesty. Okay. So then, after we get our seed planted, the next thing that we're going to start doing is watering. But in the career centers, we're going to start nurturing our staff. And we're going to do that through consistency, because consistency matters. Next. Next. Our staff need the following three things. Go ahead, Heather. They need us to be dependable, timely, and thoughtful. So when we're dependable, we do what we say we're going to do. As managers, we need to do what we say we're going to do. And as staff, we need to do what we say we're going to do. We all need to be responsive to emails. I don't like sending an email to somebody and waiting 3 or 4 days for an answer. If I take the time to write an email, I need an answer. Now, I understand sometimes people are out. That's why we need to use that thing on our email that says we're out of the office and we'll be back such and such time. Contact so-and-so if you have a question. That's why that is there. So I would encourage that you use that. But if your staff emails you, respond to them. If you don't know the answer, just send them a quick email and say, hey, I don't know, but I'm going to try to find you an answer, and I will let you know as soon as I do. At least they know you're working on it. Return phone calls. You know, I have called people before and left messages, and I've had to call 3 or 4 times to get an answer, and that really slows the process down. And if you're dealing with an outside client, that can be really bad sometimes, because they're waiting on an answer. And then we need to be accountable. We need to act with integrity in everything that we do, especially when nobody's looking. If we are a manager, we do not need to be delegating our work to our staff and sitting in our office on our cell phone playing, or looking at YouTube videos, or reading a book. Your staff know that you're doing that. You're not hiding anything from them, and they do not respect that. And they talk about it to other people. So make sure that if you are training somebody, it's fine. Let them do some of the work to train them, but don't assign them your work. You need to be responsible for your own work. And when you make mistakes, and this is everybody, we need to acknowledge our mistakes and say, hey, I was wrong. I am going to do better next time. And I learned from that mistake. And when you learn from mistakes, share it with people, because that helps everybody. When we're timely, we're going to submit our leave slips on time. And what I mean by that is sometimes we have a doctor's appointment and we've known for 3 months that we had that doctor's appointment, but we don't turn the leave slip in until about 2 days before the appointment. And the manager's already let 2 people be off that day. So now we've created a problem for the manager, because you've got a doctor's appointment and you need to take that. And what we really need to do is just be thoughtful and make sure that we let them know, because it's hard sometimes with all the things we've got going on, like interviews, job fairs, and the different things that we try to participate in. It's hard to keep the Career Center staffed. And if we're not staffed, that's when coworkers tend to get impatient with each other and challenges and problems start arising. So make sure you turn your leave slips in on a timely manner. Also, managers, make sure you're doing your reports on time and getting them in to me, to Kevin, whoever needs them, because some of those reports, we can't pay the bills for your Career Center until we get those reports. So it's very important to be timely. Also, if you are given a special assignment, sometimes Kevin will request that we provide some information on something and he'll give us a deadline. We need to work on that in plenty of time to get that information to him, because 9 times out of 10, somebody from the governor's office needs that information to make important decisions that affect us all. And set clear expectations. If you as a manager are assigning somebody a task, make sure that you go over it with them very well so they'll know exactly what's expected. And if you are the staff person performing that project or doing that project, make sure you ask questions if you don't understand, because if you complete it and it's not correct, then you've wasted time that we could have had, to do other things. How do we act thoughtfully in the career centers? What about helping coworkers who maybe one day just have had a bad day? And maybe this coworker typically is one who is one of our top workers. If they're having a bad day, just go help them, because maybe they just don't feel good. Maybe their pet died. And I don't know if any of you have pets in here, but we've had our 3rd dog, and they are like our babies. And we've lost 2 of them, and that was hard. That was like losing a family member, for me. So we just never know exactly what people are going through, but we just need to be mindful and thoughtful. Compliment your coworkers. When they help you, tell them thank you and how much you appreciate them. Let them know that they're a valuable member of your team. And here's one that is one of my favorite things. Speak to everybody every day. When you come in the office every morning, good morning, how are y'all? And when you leave in the afternoon, see y'all later, I'm leaving, have a good evening. Because if you come in, have you ever heard people say, well, they're in a bad mood today, you can tell by the way they came in. Well, if you come in and speak to everybody, they're probably not going to think that about you. And I think it just starts the day out right, and it ends the day right when we do that. And I think it makes everybody feel better. Okay, next one, Heather. Now, once our plants start growing in our garden, we have to start weeding it, because if we don't, the weed is going to take over and it's going to choke out the plant. So in the career centers, we have complaints. And we have to address them. Sometimes the complaints are between coworkers, and sometimes it's clients, or it could be employers, or it could be something that me or Kevin or another area manager has heard, and we're having to deal with it. So how do we address complaints? Well, we address them immediately. We don't let time go by. We start trying to find out what happened. We talk to everybody involved, and we get all the details. And then we act professionally. We acknowledge to whoever's made the complaint that there is a complaint and that we are working on it. And again, we're going to listen, and we're not going to take sides. And we're not ever going to make anybody necessarily feel like that we are taking sides, but we're going to try to find a solution that is beneficial to everybody. And we're going to clearly communicate that. And we're going to follow up with it later to make sure that everything is good. And especially, sometimes on the customer surveys, we get back a negative survey. So it's good for the manager to reach out to that person and say, hey, we were looking through the surveys and we see that you didn't have a good experience. Would you like to elaborate on that? And would you like to give me some feedback? What can we do to make it better? And then sometimes when you talk to them, they'll tell you, well, it really wasn't anything bad. It just wasn't anything really good and not really anything you can do. Sometimes it's just that we didn't have the job they were looking for, but it's nothing that the Career Center did. But you can make a note on that, on that form. We want to treat everybody that has a complaint respectfully, because if they have a complaint, it is important to them. We don't need to make people feel like it's a waste of time or, again, you need to try to resolve it. And you need to do it in a confidential manner. You don't need to, especially if it's between coworkers, you do not need to be talking about it to anybody else. And you don't need to tell the coworker what the coworker said about them. All that needs to remain confidential. And then learn from feedback. With that feedback, that gives us a mindset for growth, because we can learn how we can grow, how we can do better. Now, the plants, as you see, will need sunshine. Sunshine is what is going to help them thrive. Our team is going to thrive with support and encouragement. So everybody involved with the Career Center needs to be a reliable contributor. We need to show up with a positive attitude and give our best effort every day. We need to lift others up. We need to celebrate the teammates' strengths, offer support, treat everyone with kindness and respect, and then we need to communicate with positive communication that builds stronger connections and trust. If we do that, you will see that we will have a harvest of rewards. And great service is always going to bear good fruits. And some of the fruits that we bear are those success stories that Kevin was talking about in the beginning. I've read some awesome success stories, and you guys are doing an awesome job. And you should be proud of what you do, because you're making a difference in people's lives every day. And we have a lot of really good just customer reviews, period. Now, sometimes they'll say they wish we had a coffee bar or something like that, and those things are kind of out of our control, but they do appreciate what we do. And that's encouraging. Okay. We have seasons of service in the Career Center. Have you ever thought about that? I've been with the Career Center for 26 years. And the way we do things now is totally different from the way we did it 26 years ago. When I first started, we didn't do resumes, which we do resumes now, but we have employers who no longer want resumes. They have their own skill sheet that they want the prospective employee to fill out, and they're looking for keywords. We don't even tell people to dress really the same way for interviews now, because it's acceptable to wear your tennis shoes with your suits. There are a lot of businesses that don't have a problem with that. People work from home all the time now. So I say all that to say that growth never stops. Just like the plants, there's 4 seasons in nature. We have seasons all the time, and we have to adapt with purpose and renewing. So how do we adapt with purpose in the workplace? Well, it involves recognizing the need for change and actively seeking ways to make the most of that change. We have to think outside the box. We've seen a lot of changes lately, haven't we? And we're probably going to see a lot more. So some of the ways that we can adapt with purpose is to be professional in all situations. We don't need to gossip or complain about what upper management's doing, because, sometimes there's a good reason for it, and we'll know all about it when it's time. We need to maintain, again, a positive attitude about the change and uncertainty. And we need to accept change, because change is part of life, right? And there's really nothing we can do about it. We either have to accept it or it goes on without us. So I think it's important that when we're looking at change too, that we have to stay relevant, right? If we don't stay on top of workforce changes and what is relevant and what the latest trends are, we're going to be like somebody stuck in the 60s, with our fashion. We're going to be out of style, and they're going to call us old and outdated, and they're not going to use us. So our jobs are very challenging, aren't they? We have to stay on top of the latest trends if we want to stay relevant, and we do, because remember, we're the experts, right? And we want to stay that way. So there are some benefits, as you can see, in cultivating our staff. Number one, it earns respect for the career centers. It strengthens our relationships, and it boosts our productivity. And best of all, it reduces stress, because when we fulfill all the things that we've talked about today, we are going to be successful. We are going to exceed expectations, and we're going to do it on a consistent basis. So I just want to challenge everybody. Let's not just meet expectations. Let's exceed them. Let's do what it takes to cultivate our gardens, which is our career centers. Let's grow individually.
So let's give a warm welcome to Mrs. Betty Chapman, the Department of Workforce Training Specialist. Oh, yes.
Woo! Is this thing on? Hey, everybody. I don't know who is responsible for putting me up last every time I'm in a training session. But I'm going to have a conversation with them because I'm between you and going home. And Miss Shirley comes up here and hypes you up about going home. So that's okay. That is okay. And as she said, I'm Betty Chapman, and I am in the Human Resources Department. I'm the training specialist there. So don't worry, we're not going to talk about anything HR related today. But we are going to talk about emotional intelligence in customer service, right? Enhancing the customer experience. And everything y'all have talked about for 2 days now is all about enhancing that experience, right? Because it's not a one and done. It is an experience, okay? So, but before I get into it, everybody stand up for me. What was that? No, we're not taking up any money. We're not locking the door. We're not doing any of that. Everybody give yourselves a big old bear hug. That's what I'm talking about. You deserve it. You've been engaged for 2 whole days and we're at the end. So thank you for indulging me. You can sit down. All right. So everything you've heard, all the dynamic speakers present on, it's all helpful information. But what do you have to do with all this information that you've heard? You got to implement it. You got to apply it. It does no good if you just take it and leave it in this room. You got to take it with you and you got to apply it every day, right? So the things that I'm going to talk about with you today when we're done, hopefully at the end of about 30, 40 minutes, something like that.
I got you.
You got me. Okay, Haley, thank you. Y'all, by the way, I almost fired Haley. She did not do a good job being my timekeeper earlier this week. She let me go over, but y'all don't let me go over today, okay? If I get to 40 minutes, y'all start blinking. Okay.
I'm not trying to do the eye contact thing. It didn't work.
All right. So when I'm done, how many of you have heard, okay, let me make it easier. How many have not heard of emotional intelligence or EQ before? Anybody not? No? No? Okay, yay. I never get people who've never heard of it. So that's good. You will learn a lot today about emotional intelligence. Everybody, you've heard of IQ, right? Your intellectual quotient. When we're talking about emotional intelligence, you might see it referred to as EQ, your emotional quotient, which some people say, and I tend to agree, it's more important, especially in the workplace, than your intelligence quotient. And I'll give you some good news about that a little bit later, but I'll tell you this, whatever your IQ is, it pretty much does not change, has not changed your entire life. Did you know that? That's a fun fact. You might have gotten smarter because you have some more resources, some knowledge, but your IQ really doesn't change. But I'll give you some good news about EQ a little bit later. So when we're done, you'll understand a little bit more about what emotional intelligence is. We'll look at why it's essential in customer service. Do y'all agree that it is? You gotta have emotional intelligence in customer service. And by the way, everything that we talk about, you can apply it, just not at work, but in your personal lives as well. So you can use all of this stuff professionally and personally. Okay? We will look at some practical ways that you can apply this, because when we talk about this and other topics, it's normally from this like academia perspective, right? Giving you all the, but we're going to talk about ways that you can practically do this because it's real in these service centers, right? It's real in these offices, in these cubicles. It's real dealing with people. Every time you leave your house, it's real because you're having to deal with people. And that's not always an easy task, but it's necessary. And we need to do it with the spirit of excellence. And just look at your own IQ. We're going to talk about that and how you can grow it. Okay, so I gave it away. That's the good news. You can grow your EQ. It's not either I have it or I don't. You can always work on it. So I'll give you some ways that you can do that. We'll talk about that as we go. All right, so this comes from a model by Daniel Goleman. He's an expert in the field of emotional intelligence. So if you Google him, you're going to get all of this stuff about emotional intelligence. And this is kind of an overview definition. And we'll look at the 3 components here in a minute. Somebody read that for me, that definition. Yes, and that's a quote from him. And I love everything about that because caring, circle of caring, that part should have been highlighted, underlined, caring. That's what's missing a lot of times when we're talking about EQ and just dealing with people in general, the caring perspective. Yes, ma'am.
Did you want?
Sure.
Okay. Emotional intelligence is understand, manage your own emotions, as well as recognizing emotions of.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. So we'll kind of highlight and break it up into the 3 parts. The first, recognize and understand your own emotions. That's the first part of it. And why do y'all think? By the way, if you don't know, I'm a very informal facilitator. So I am not the kind that likes to stand up here and talk and y'all look at me and you talk like, no, I talk to you, you talk back. That makes it more engaging, interactive, and we walk away a little bit better. So shout it out. I'm good with that. Why do you think recognizing your own emotions is the first part of this? Yep, absolutely. Yay. Absolutely. I agree with that 100%. Have y'all ever been on an airplane flying and they give you the instructions before takeoff, right? And they tell you in case of low air pressure and the mask drops down and all of the things, what do they tell you to do first? Somebody said save yourself. We're not we're not jumping. No. Come back. Come back. We are not jumping out of the plane, people. That is not what I'm talking about. But yeah, Lord, I hate it for the people flying with you because you're gone. That is not what I was talking about. That's a good answer. But I saw somebody doing this with the mask. Yeah. Yes. They tell you to save yourself. That's a good one. They tell you to put the mask on yourself first because you can't help little Johnny, or you can't help the elderly lady sitting next to you. You can't help anybody do anything if you can't breathe yourself.
Right.
So with this, if you don't know your own emotions, how are you going to help your direct reports manage theirs and be aware of theirs? You can't. So it's really important that you recognize and understand your own emotions first, and then others. You got to recognize and understand your own and other people's. It is so important for you to know your folks. It's so important for you to pay attention to them, know their moods, they know yours. Because all of you are leaders in this room, and even if you're not by title, leadership is not about title. What's it about? Anybody know? One word, big word. Yes. Influence. Thank you. Leadership is about influence. So it's not about titles. So we won't get caught up into that. But if you are a leader, even if you're not, the people that work with you every single day, they know you. They know your moods. They know when you're having a good day. They know when you're having a bad day. And you need to know that about your people as well. Because if something is off, you need to be able to be in tune enough to know that it's off. You never, ever want to miss something, especially something crucial, because you haven't been paying attention and you haven't been practicing your emotional intelligence. So you got to know your own emotions, know the other folks' emotions, and manage those emotions effectively. Basically, managing that relationship. It takes work. It takes intentionality. You got to be aware. That's the first step of it. And again, this is all based on Dan Goleman's model. All right, so it's 5 components of EQ. The first one, self-awareness. We just talked about that, why that's really, really important, that you understand your own emotions. And then this self-regulation. Let me just pause here for a minute, because this is where a lot of people fail miserably. And by the way, I'm telling you about other folks. This is what I want you to do. Everything that you hear me say, because this is how we're conditioned. I'm guilty as well. When you hear something, you automatically think of somebody else that needs to hear it, that it applies to, right? We do that. Come on, be honest. We need to have that invisible mirror. Everything that you hear me say, think about yourself, apply it to yourself. Because that's what brings about change, self-reflection. It doesn't matter. I can tell you all day long. I'll pick on Wendy because she's my friend. She is not going to take it personally. So I can say, Wendy, you don't bring enough excitement to the room. I can say, Wendy, you need to learn how to engage people more. I mean, you're too quiet when you, all of those things. I can tell her that all day long, but if Wendy's not hearing me, if she's not reflecting about herself and really thinking about it, is she going to change any of that just because I'm telling her? So self-reflection brings about change quicker than anything else. It's self-regulation. Do you know someone that, okay, let me say it and see if you identify someone, or it might be you, but if you identify someone that says, well, that's just the way that I am. People are going to have to deal with it. You need to learn how to self-regulate, because I'm a country girl. And y'all ever heard of Thomasville, Alabama? All right, y'all know some, okay. Born and raised country girl, glued to my granddaddy for the most of my life when I was little, and he had all of these sayings, and I now have taken them on to be my own sayings, and I tell my children, and they say, what? Don't worry about it. You'll understand one day. But one of the things he used to say, let me see how country y'all are, if y'all country like I am. Everything that comes up should not come out. Oh, y'all are country too, just like me. Or your granddaddy told you that. But yeah, everything that comes up should not come out. So we need to have some techniques that you use to regulate yourself. I'll give you a clue and an indication into one of mine. So if you see me do it, don't worry about it. Just keep on moving and just give me a moment. Mine is closing my eyes, and sometimes I might breathe, right? If you see me do that, no, I'm self-regulating, because maybe what I'm thinking shouldn't be what I say at that particular moment. And silence is okay. Silence is actually good. Pausing. I got a hand clap. I love it. I love it. Silence is good. So self-regulation is really, really important. And motivation. Don't give up. One of the, John Maxwell, he's like one of my mentors. He doesn't really know he's my mentor, but he is. And one of the things he says is fail forward. Like, it's okay. We are going to make some mistakes. Some things are going to go left, and it's all right. As long as you're failing forward, meaning you're learning from that and you don't, get down on yourself, because we are our worst critics. So just learn from it. Keep it moving. Fail forward. Now, if you don't learn from it and you keep doing the same thing over and over, what's that? Thank you. It is. That's insanity. So yeah, fail forward. Don't give up. You got to find ways to stay motivated. Talk to yourself. Sometimes you got to be your biggest supporter, biggest cheerleader. Talk to yourself. Surround yourself by people who are going to help motivate you. So stay motivated, whatever that takes. Empathy. And considering, do we do that? We are in such a fast-paced world, and that spills over into every aspect of our lives, really. But do we just take the time to consider? We are guilty, and I say we collectively, of jumping to conclusions about things, about people. We tell ourselves stories about everything. And you know what it's based on? Our attitudes, biases, beliefs, and assumptions. For short, those are called ABBAs. attitudes, biases, beliefs, and assumptions. Without us even thinking about it, we apply those things to everything. For instance, if somebody's coming in, they typically aren't late. Before the past, I don't know, month, they've been late every day, using that 7-minute rule like it was a crutch, coming in at 8:06, 8:07, 18, whatever. And we tell ourselves they're slacking on the job, something, they're not motivated anymore. That's the story that somebody might tell ourselves about that person. Instead of doing what? Asking questions, what's going on, especially if this is not that person's normal pattern. But that's what we do, because we have been conditioned that if you're not, as Granddaddy say, if you're not early, you're what? Yeah. So we've been conditioned to things like that, and we tell ourselves stories. But I won't harp on that too long, but have some empathy. Just consider something might be going on. Ask the question. If you know them, you know if they're out of character. So just consider what might be happening. Consider they might be impacted by things going on in the government. They may have family. It could be a whole myriad of things. Just like the folks that cut us off on the way to work. And we think, you bad driver. Yeah. And we think they're just inconsiderate. Well, they might be on their way to the ER with a sick child in the back seat. So just consider, okay? Just consider. That's a part of empathy, understanding and considering others' feelings. Consider how somebody might be feeling, whatever the reason, whatever might be going on with them. Just consider and just tell yourself, everybody has a story. Consider what that could be, might be. Social skills, building healthy, productive relationships. I can offer, if you're doing these first 4 consistently, you're going to have good relationships. Your social skills are going to be pretty good because you are going to have a high EQ. All right, so let's talk about it a little bit more. You agree with me that it's important in customer service. Now, you see all of those. So that customer experience is really, really important. And that loyalty that we're talking about when they're sending someone else to us for service. All right. Okay. If you'll click it for me, it went away with whatever just happened. All right. So I want you to think about the last customer interaction that you had that did not go well. Okay. And you probably have a lot of those that you can pull from. So let's think about it. Okay. Get it in your mind, the one that just did not go the way that it should have. Everybody got an example in their head? And if you can't think of something at work, if things are so smooth, and that's a good thing, think about some of the ones outside of work. Okay, you got it in your mind? It didn't go well. Were you or the other person dismissive, defensive, robotic? And when I say robotic, an example, well, that's our policy. I am a customer service snob. I am. I cannot stand. Was that time?
No.
Oh,
Just move my
I was like, what? I'm like, I've been talking 5 minutes. What happened? Okay. I cannot stand for somebody to say, tell me no, or we can't do that. And that's the end of it. Period. No, we can't do that. And this is what I can do for you. We're not able to do that. However, I can help you with this. Look for a solution. Be solution focused, not just tell people the rules. That's robotic. That's not showing care and empathy. We need to always be doing it. So think about that same scenario that you just had in your mind that did not go well. Would that have been different if you were calm, empathetic, right? Solution focused, thinking about what you can do versus what you can't do. Anybody willing to be brave enough to say yes and even give us an example or tell us what solution or scenario came up in your mind, how it would have been different if perhaps you utilized some of these EQ skills that we're talking about? Nobody's brave enough to do that. Like, no, Betty, move on. Okay.
So mine was when I was the customer. I had to call a credit card company on Wednesday because they sent my check that I paid my bill on time to somebody else's account and said I had insufficient funds and charged me all kinds of fees. So I called and I was trying to explain to the woman that I needed to have that refunded because it was their fault.
Mm-hmm.
She did not understand that. She kept telling me, no, you get interest now because you had a charge on there. I said, I only had money on there because you charged me wrong. She was not listening to me. I asked for the supervisor and they fixed it, but normally I would get upset with it because I had to wait on hold for a while and explain the situation. In this case, as soon as I talked to the supervisor, I maintained my cool. Supervisor came on and before I could even explain it, she said,
Yes. Thank you for sharing that. That is a great example because sometimes we are on the receiving end of that. And we are not getting the customer service that we should be because, by the way, good customer service is not the standard. That is not our standard. We want excellent customer service. And I told y'all I'm a snob because I try and give that. I expect it too. So when you're on the receiving end of that, absolutely, it would be so easy to go through the roof. What's that going to get you? Usually nothing, nowhere. They're going to become even slower and they're going to help you because now they have a point to prove. So another granddaddy saying, you attract more, what is it? Flies? See, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It pays to be nice to people and to be calm, right? All right. So the practical steps that we talked about, that these are things that you can actually start doing today. When you leave here, say, okay, I'm going to practice one and I'm going to try this and see if Betty knows what she's talking about. Okay. Active listening. Y'all, we are terrible listeners. Just in general, that's just because that is not what we're conditioned to do. That's something you have to kind of prune in yourself because we're not conditioned to do that. There are about 4 different levels of listening. And the very first one, which is where I find most people, it's the lowest level of listening. You know what it is? Absolutely. Who said that? Virtual chocolate for you. I don't have any candy like Wendy, but virtual chocolate for you. Absolutely. Listening to respond. Yes. And you know how they're listening to respond? They cut you off. That is one of my pet peeves. They cut you off when you're talking. They're not listening to you. They're formulating their response in their head. They're waiting. Anybody familiar with double Dutch? Did y'all double Dutch as children? Am I dating myself? When you're on the side like this, right? That's how people who are listening to respond are. They're not listening to you. They're just waiting for their opening to jump in and interrupt you, basically. That's the lowest level of listening. And then some of the others, we listen to people that we like and, you know, all that other stuff. But the level that we all need to be at, what we're striving for, is listening to understand. Wendy mentioned that, talking about dealing with difficult people. When we listen to understand, we're going to be curious. And if you have a person that's a really good listener, you probably hear them say things like, tell me more. Really? Well, that's interesting. Okay. And they literally, you hear people say lean in, right? When you talk about leaning in, it can be a literal or figuratively, that word. So if they're sitting and, you know, they lean across, oh yeah, they're really into what you're saying. And even if they're not, it appears that they are, right? So I worked for State Farm for about 20 years of my career. I know what you're thinking. I started working when I was 12, and you're right. So I worked for them for about 20 years, and one of my mentors there, he did something that I just thought was absolutely wonderful, and I took it and kind of made it a part of my own leadership style, because you do know y'all all have your own leadership style and your leadership presence, and I'll tell you about that in a minute. But one of the things that he used to do when I would go into his office to sit down and have a session, he would get up from behind his desk and walk around his desk and sit in a chair next to me. That told me, wow, he's really interested in what I have to say. He's listening. He is not looking at his email. He's not paying attention to that I am that just popped up. He turned the phone face down, all of the things. So that is really, really important. And you do know that the listening, that's important. Active listening is important. Managing tone and body language. Can't remember which facilitator talked about that earlier. But yeah, they need to match. If I'm sitting here and I'm telling you, I think Auburn has one of the best football programs out there. Do you believe that? What? What was that? You believe it? Oh, I was getting ready to say Roll Tide. Yeah, my point was I can say whatever I want, but you are paying attention to my tone and my body language. So you know that load of stuff that I just gave you, I do not agree with. I don't believe. Right? So they have to match. Your words, tone, body language, they have to match. Responding versus reacting. Ooh, this is a tough one too. We are quick. It is natural to react. Responding takes intentionality. It takes patience because what do we have to do to respond versus react? What's the first thing we have to do? Think, self-regulate. Think, self-regulate. What was the? Listen, yeah, and be quiet for a second. That's hard for us to do. So just think about what you want to say. Think before you speak. We all heard that, but we forget it sometimes, right? Because we just got to get it out. We just got to. So just think about it for a second. If you think just for a second, give yourself, and I know it might seem like an eternity. Y'all ever heard of Toastmasters? I used to be the president of Toastmasters in another life, long time ago. And one of the tools that we used to teach speakers is to count to 10 seconds in your head. And y'all, you're looking at me like 10 seconds. That's an eternity when you're waiting to speak. And maybe not 10 seconds, maybe even 5 works for you, but just start doing it. That's something practical that you can do. Just count in your head before you respond. And if you do that, you might not say what came up. Remember, everything that comes up should not come. Oh, I like y'all. All right. And showing empathy without over promising. You can show empathy. Sometimes you still have to toe the line, right? Because unfortunately, sometimes that's what we have to do. And you have to balance the two. You can still be empathetic, but don't tell folks something that you can't deliver on. It's not true. Or give them, because what was the thing we talked about just a minute ago? Starts with the T. Trust. If you overpromise or you tell them something you can't deliver on, you've lost them. You've lost them. So you can still be firm, show empathy, but don't overpromise something that you can't deliver. All right, so these are some ways that you can figure out, because I know you're thinking, okay, well, Betty, you talked about a lot of stuff. How do I know what my emotional intelligence is? Anybody ever taken an assessment before? See, a few hands. If you have not, please do so. There are a ton of free resources out there, and I have several in my Rolodex, my digital files. So before I'm done today, I'll put my email up there, QR code you can scan. You can always reach me through HR. There are a ton of free assessments out there. I encourage everybody to assess themselves so you know where you are. It'll tell you what area you need to work on, because we may think we're doing a great job and say, oh, well, my EQ is probably high. In reality, it may not be. So ask your folks. We'll talk about that here in a second. But yeah, do an assessment. Feedback. Ask people around you that work with you every single day, how do you think my emotional intelligence is? They talked about that in class today, and these are the components. How do you think I'm doing in that area? Do you think my EQ is high? Just ask. They're gonna ask. Don't ask yes people. Y'all know what yes people are, right? Don't ask them. Ask someone who's going to be honest with you. If you ever want an honest opinion, I'll give it to you. That's me. My friends will tell you. I do it from a place of love. And that's a different. People have to know you care, right? All of that stuff. So ask someone who's going to be honest with you and that knows you well and it's going to give you the truth. Y'all ever heard of the green tail conspiracy? Probably not. What it amounts to. One person tells you something about yourself. You can say, oh, okay, that's her what? Okay. Two people tell you the same thing about yourself. That's a conspiracy. We said that, right? Okay. The green tail conspiracy takes you all the way out to 5 people, but I'm going to stop you at 3. If you have 3 people telling you that you have a green tail, you probably need to turn around and look because your tail is probably green. So ask some people, your peers, your team, and if you're really brave, ask your spouse. They are going to tell you the truth. Okay? So your self-assessment, feedback, and then just observe. Okay. Observe your own patterns and behavior. Pay attention to yourself. Remember I told you about that mirror? Hold it up to your own face. Take a minute. If you don't do this, you haven't been doing it, I encourage you to take the last 5 minutes of your day every day and just reflect on how the day went. Particularly if you had some not so good moments that perhaps could have gone better, just reflect on how you could have handled that differently, what you could have done, some of these techniques perhaps that you could have applied to make that better. So I'm not going to keep you here all day, but these are just talking about some of the benefits of having high EQ in a team. Why not, y'all? And if this is something we can work on to be better personally, professionally, and it's going to help the team, because happier employees are more engaged employees, and more engaged employees are what? What do you think they are? Better, more productive, all the things. They're more productive and they're going to stay. You're not going to lose people because newsflash, it costs more to train new people and to bring them on to do and get them upskilled to do the job than to take care of the ones you have here. So I know it's challenging, right? But I didn't say it was easy, but it can be done. And particularly in the high stress situations that we find ourselves in every day. So I'm not saying that this is something you're going to just walk in and automatically do all of this tomorrow, but pick one thing. Before we go, somebody shout out just a result of this quick time. Man, time went by so fast that we spent together. One thing that you got as a takeaway from this, or that you're going to do as a result of us spending this last 40 minutes or so together. Self-reflect. Thank you. I love it. Think before you speak. Those are great. Self-reflect. Think before you speak. One more. Listen. Absolutely. The most important part of communication. Absolutely. I love this one because remember I told you a second ago, leadership is about influence, not titles. You cannot inspire someone without influencing them. Okay? So great leaders don't just manage tasks. They inspire people. So you have to influence them in order to inspire them. Think about this. Walk away with this. If you will get these handouts, I believe, in email, but grab your phone and just take a quick picture of this one. Because this is something I want you to ask yourself. Remember, I told you self-reflection is what brings about change quicker than anything else. Ask yourself these questions. Do I stay calm under pressure? Only you know the answer to that. Well, others around you perhaps as well, but do I listen without interrupting? That's big. And do I recognize how my mood affects other people? Because it does. So think about that. Reflect on those things, okay? And come on. All right. Practice daily reflection. We already talked about that. Ask for feedback. Use mindfulness techniques. And if you don't know what that is, just ask my best friend Google. It'll tell you about mindfulness. We got the same best friend. That's right. And stay curious. Remember I told you about the curious part. Be curious about other people's perspective. You don't have to agree. Wendy told you that. But it's okay. Be curious because you might learn something just about their perspective. Not necessarily that you embrace it or that you even change your mind, but being curious about other people's perspective. All right. So it can be developed. I told you that we have to have it. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. So if we want to continue with that standard that y'all have already set for excellent customer service, this is what you need to do. And how we respond, y'all, it makes a big impact. So if you don't remember anything else that I said, remember that. And this is how you can get in touch with us if I can get there. All right, this is where I want it to be. That's our HR main email. Any of us will pull it if you email at that address with that QR code. That takes you directly to my email. So for instance, if you're curious about an assessment, I have one. I have a link that I can share with you. So email me or just take my name down. Email me whenever you want, or you can call me. You probably get through quicker email because I'm horrible about the phone, y'all. But I respond to email. So if you're curious about a self-assessment, I'll be happy to share one with you and answer any questions that perhaps we didn't get a chance to talk about today. Any insights, anything that you're just daring to share before I turn it back over to Heather to close us out? Okay, well, y'all have been a good group. Thank you.